Hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming around today for the day two of this workshop. Um, Yesterday was obviously a very interesting day, and I hope we all had fun. Today also promises to be interesting, and we will be starting with Dr. Ada Agada from the Conversational School of Philosophy, and he will be talking to us on rethinking the concept of God and the problem of evil from the perspective of African thought. Um, Dr. Oda would like us to send our questions in the chat session. Then he would read them and reply to them because he has some challenges and he'll be able to take it from there. So, Dr. Ada, over to you.
Okay, this is Dr. Ada Agada of the Conversational School of Philosophy. This morning, I'll be speaking on the topic, rethinking the concept of God and the problem of evil from the perspective of African thought. Before I get started, I'll rather let you know that I'm rather hard of hearing, and so would not be able to take your questions verbally. Whoever's question should type it. At the end of my talk, I will read the questions from the chat box aloud for everybody to hear and proceed to answer. Okay. I will now proceed to share my slides with you so that you get along with me. Okay. So the topic is rethinking the concept of God and the problem of evil from the perspective of African thought. What I intend to achieve this morning, I will identify what I call the antinomy of God's existence in African philosophy of religion, which consists of two conflicting theses, simultaneously of God's transcendence and his limitation. In this talk, I will favor the limitation thesis and proceed to argue that we can plausibly conceive a limited God who is also a creator deity as working to reduce the amount of evil in the world using the instrument of human moral agency, the antinomy. So we find two theses in African traditional religion and traditional thoughts, both of which are equally valid because they are culturally rooted. The transcendence thesis states that there is a supreme God who is omnipotent, omniscient, and good, aligning it with traditional monotheism. The limitation thesis, on the other hand, asserts that God is limited in power and knowledge and is not wholly good. The transcendence thesis was defended by early scholars of African traditional religion like Mbiti, Idau, etc. The limitation thesis arises from a later reevaluation of the scholarship by the early thinkers at the conclusion that African traditional cultural and linguistic phenomena supports the idea that God is limited. It is defended by such philosophers as Bewaji, Wiredu, Abimbola, etc. In this talk, I will favor the limitation thesis, not because it is the only valid thesis, but because it is simple. It is simpler. It makes sense to me that evil thrives in the world because a God considered as a creator deity is limited in power. Rethinking the concept of God I will launch a bit into decolonization scholars like Wiredu, Fayemi, Bewaji, etc. have insisted that God is limited, but have not exactly told us what is it that is limiting God. So now I pose the question, what is this thing that African decolonization scholars claim to limit God's power? I advise Wiredu suggested that this thing is a pre-existing stuff, a pre-existing matter, that is something material. He did not exactly identify what this thing might be, but we can infer that this thing must be something ultimately physical, perhaps at some point in the future, discoverable by science. I advise Wiredu speculation and identify this pre-existing matter as mood. So what then is mood? Mood is something, an universal animating principle, a consciousness matter events. Here Wiredu identifies his pre-existing matter as simply something wholly physical. I identify mood, this limiting principle, as a consciousness matter events, a prototype of both consciousness and matter, from which all things evolve. Since it is a prototype of both consciousness and matter, all types that are either consciousness forms or material forms evolve from this. Gods, animals, plants, human beings, everything in the universe evolves from this mood, this limiting principle. Its nature is to yearn. It is characterized as yearning. And whatever is yearning, that its very nature is incomplete and imperfect. It is a constant striving for perfection, but because it is yearning, it can never attain. As such, it is a limiting principle and constrains the freedom of all entities. God is constituted by this mode. And because God is also yearning, basically, he is limited in power and in knowledge. And the world he creates is also an imperfect world that is still striving towards perfection. And evil, where is evil coming from? By evil, I mean, of course, moral and physical evil. That is, states of affairs arising from the exercise of human wickedness and causes, physical causes such as diseases, death, and natural disasters. They are harmful. I consider evil as objectively real, since it is a dimension in manifestation of yearning in a world that is constituted by moods, by something that is incomplete. Evil arises as a negativity dimension of yearning. So it is a natural part of the furniture of the universe. Now, if evil is intimate with the structure of the world, can God do evil? The answer will be yes. He is capable of doing both good and evil, since he is constituted by this mode that limits him in all his activities. But then, is God the cause of evil? He isn't, because we have already seen that evil is a dimension of yearning, a negativity dimension of yearning, just as goodness would be a positivity dimension of yearning. But since God is conceived in traditional African religion and thought as a creator deity, as a creator of human beings and the world, he certainly bears responsibility for the reality of evil in the world. To create means to increase, to multiply beings and create additional opportunities for evil, which is already inherent in modes, to thrive, to expand, to multiply in the universe. In this sense, we will say that God bears moral responsibility for the reality of evil in the world. But is God an evil, not a good God? I said that he is a good God. We can conceive him as a good God, with the evil dimension of his essence being a consequence of his limitation. God is good because what he has designed, what he has created, e.g., human beings, we see evidence of goodness in human beings. We also see evidence of beauty in the world. It stands to reason that the creator, designer of such living things and such a manifested reality must have traces of the characteristics which the living things and the physical universe presents. So if human beings are good and there's beauty in the world, we can consider God as a good being. So if God is limited in power and there's evil in the world, and he's also considered as good, is he doing anything to reduce the evil in the world? My answer will be yes, that he's doing such a thing. I refer to the concept of God, the idea of a good and just God. It is a unique one because it is morally efficient in the physical universe. Believers, no amount of evil no amount of good done in the physical world is insignificant. And we also see that in believers who believe in God, the idea that God is good, he is just and rewards good deeds and punishes evil deeds, that this idea motivates believers to want to increase the amount of good in the world as a way of further reducing the evil in the world. This idea is unique. True, we may say that goodness is inherent in human beings, but the idea of a good God is an extra motivator for us to want to reduce evil in the world. It moves us morally and moves our way. So if God is a source of this idea and he's the creator of human beings who are moved by the concept of a good God that they us to be good, then we can say that a good but limited God is already working to ameliorate the evil in the world using the instrument of human moral agency. So since this instrument is already here, we do not need to resort to wait for a miraculous intervention, for God himself to come down to the world, for us to believe that he's reducing the amount of evil in the world. Thank you. So now, we proceed to question. You can type in the chat box, and I will read out loud and also proceed to answer.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Ada. So if you have a question for Dr. Ada, please send it to your chat box, to the chat box, and he'll read it and respond to your questions.
So it will take to answer. Okay, so the questions, you can ask them now to type their questions and get. Okay, somebody's now asking, Dr. Ada, please, do you consider evil an existent thing or an abstract concept? No, I do not consider evil an abstract concept. I believe that it is objectively grounded in our material existence. That evil is real as anything can be. It is not our impression. If I'm sick or I'm suffering, have such a state of mind, it is not an impression imposed on the material world, but truly objective condition. Someone is asking, in what sense are humans good when all we see are countless problems, evils done by humans to humans? Well, it may be that there is a lot of evil in the world, but still, in individual cases, we notice moments of exemplary good behavior, excellent behavior. Let's just look at somebody like Mother Teresa, Nelson Mandela, even myself, or you. We have known our moments of beauty. Now, to say that the world is all evil, that it is all badness, would be to give into pessimism. But if pessimism exists, optimism too is real. So we also have the optimistic moments, the amount of goodness. This thinking might follow from the feeling that a little good is just too little to do anything good in the world. But a drop of good is also significant. No moral act is insignificant in its own right. So I think there is still beauty in the world, still goodness. When it comes to the three main attributes of God, omnipotence, omniscience, and omnibenevolence, is it your view that it is God's power that is limited and not God's goodness or God's knowledge? My answer is that God is limited in all three aspects: omniscience, benevolence, and knowledge. To be limited in one aspect automatically means to be limited in other aspects. Someone who is limited in power or knowledge is already limited in other aspects, since there is already a fundamental restriction that also affects all other aspects of excellences. If it is material, can we point to anything that we may call evil beyond instances of things we find to not be beneficial to us? Somebody suffering from cancer, well, that would be an instance of evil. It is I say that evil is truly objective. Evil is harmfulness. We have to interpret what happens to us. The human being is already an objective being. He's a natural being. He's already objective. So his feelings, his thoughts are by that very reason objective, since they emerge from Yenu. So it doesn't matter that it is a perspective. It may be that we do not have sufficient knowledge to understand reality, to understand reality in all its wholeness, but we approximate it. So these feelings, these things that are harmful to us are already objectively grounded, even though we may not have a complete picture of the whole thing. The human being is also a natural. They are also objective realities. And our thoughts and feelings are for that reason, objective in themselves. So we do not need to look at things that exist independently of our thoughts and try to refine them. Another person is asking, do you think that the world is necessary, and why? Why do you think this world was created? This is like answering the question of the origin of the universe. Philosophers and scientists, especially physicists, have continued to argue this matter. While I wouldn't want to go into the demonstration of God's existence, I would think that the emergence of the universe is a profoundly tragic event. My view is that it's a tragic event because here we find something that is expressed as incompleteness, defined as a perpetual struggle, striving for completeness. When this completeness, this perfection is impossible, so we see striving that we never reach its goal. If such a universe is certainly a tragic universe, so my view is that the universe is a tragic reality, and that perhaps it is better not to have been born, and it would have been better for the universe never to have existed. This is rather pessimistic, but it is a personal view. Why the world was created, nobody can answer this. We can, of course, speculate, and I've speculated in this, both in my first and second books. However, discussing the matter will be beyond this scope, the scope of this talk. Now that we exist in the tragic universe, should we continue to live in it? Yes, we should continue to live in it, because taking our own lives is futile. I believe now that we have been born, I realize that the world, though bad, also has its beautiful dimension. There is both good and evil. What we are now to do is try to maximize the emotion of joy from moment to moment, or at least to try to pursue the maximization of this emotion as a way of increasing our consolation. Consolation is all that we have in this world. No matter the grand state of affairs we see, our empires, our intellect, our productions, consolation is all we have in this world. And since consolation is real, since we are born into it, we should endure the pain and manage the duty until we exit this stage. Somebody is asking another question. Would you think it makes sense of God when we consider all the evil we witness? Yes, I think it makes great sense to hold on to the idea of God because of its moral efficacy. I sincerely think that while there are exceptional people, a very small minority who can practice morality without belief in God, the vast majority of human beings will be worse, will be more evil if they did not have the idea of God to deter them from engaging in some very terrible things. Besides, I also think the idea of God is beautiful. It's all right. That as a concept, it is beautiful. The idea that there exists a being, a powerful being, even if not omnipotent, working to perfect the system of nature is, to me, a beautiful concept. And another reason to believe in him. But why does consolation matter if evil and meaninglessness engulf our present world? It matters because joy is real. When I'm eating foods or having a drink that I enjoy, my joy is real. When I play with my children, interact with friends, my joys are also real. The sadness emerges from the fact that this pleasant state of affairs cannot continue indefinitely. So we should continue to embrace that consolation and wear down our clock in the world. There's also another question. But, okay, I've answered this question. There's also another question. But that joy eventually empties into nothingness. Is it really joy? Yes. Why? our affect, our emotions states of mind are very important for us. By the time we pass away, nothing will exist for us. We knew a certain reality that enhanced our consideration. But when we no more, then nothing matters again. But while we live, everything matters, and we must approach life with utmost seriousness, exhibit the spirit of seriousness to its maximum. So it is really joy because of its reality. Okay, there's another question waiting. Someone is asking, how would you describe the nature of eternal moods that you mentioned? This is a difficult concept. Actually, I restricted my discussion with topic because it will make me bathe into metaphysics, philosophy of mind, etc. But I will try to simplify the concepts. The eternal mood would be God's in his dimension as the highest exemplar of moods. So this will now bring me to the concept of mood. The idea of an eternal mood would not make much sense unless I discuss in detail the concept of moods. But I'm afraid this would complicate things a lot. But I would identify mood. I focused on moods based on my reading of African philosophy. I was looking for a fundamental principle that can underlie, from which I can derive a concept describing the universe. I wanted something that would be a unity of both matter and consciousness, a kind of panpsychism that is yet not radical. So I read the idea of mood as a consciousness, matter event, the prototype, a proto-mind, the prototype of intelligence. So when I talk of the eternal mood, I sometimes talk about God as the maximal representation of these moods. Get it? So I don't know if you are getting my points, but I think this would have to be a topic of itself. It's so complicated, you see, and it will deviate from the scope of the current talk. You get it? So it will be a topic of itself someday. Okay, there's another question. Take, for instance, you can't know joy if you don't know what it feels like to be sorrowful without sorrow. There may be no reason to hope for joy. Well, no reason to hope for joy. But what if there is a dialectic at work? What if these two things are not entirely separable? What if there's always the potential for joy wherever there is sorrow, and vice versa? Wherever there is sorrow, there's always a potential for joy. It would then mean that these two elements cannot be entirely separated. So, whether if you are talking of sorrow, we then see that joy is already present, incarnate, about to develop. So if these two are inseparable, then of course we can always look forward to a joyful state. So we can always hope for joy. Since sorrow, ab initio, implies the reality of a joy ready to unfold once the right conditions are available. I'm not sure how strong this reply is, but it seems to me that there's a dialectics at play here. Sorrow, joy, all evolving, all erupting out of moods out of our eternal yearning.
Okay, I wonder if there are any more questions. If you have questions for Dr. Ada, we specifically ask that you send your questions to the chat box. So if there's a question, you can ask in the chat box. But if there are no more questions, I would like to thank Dr. Ada for his brief talk and his robust answers to our questions for him and our comments. And thank you very much, Dr. Ada. So at this point, I would like to introduce our next speaker. Our next speaker is Dr. Lerato Mokoena from the University of Pretoria, and she would be talking to us on taking my conversation forward, anthropomorphic projectionism and its implications for African religious philosophy. So Dr. Mokoena, over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson. I hope I'm audible because I'm using two monitors here. Am I audible? Okay.
Yeah.
As Dr. Aribia has introduced, I'm Lerato from UP, and I'm from the Faculty of Theology and Religion. I'm trained in biblical hermeneutics, and that is where I would like to start my talk from today. And I wanted to make a very corny joke, since the title of my paper is Taking My Conversation Forward, and say that it's me and my chi agreeing together after yesterday's very interesting paper about the chi. But the preamble of my talk today is to take it from an article I previously penned with a colleague in 2018 about, since my specialization is Old Testament studies, about anthropomorphic projectionism in the Old Testament. And we wanted to look at specifically Genesis 1:27, and wanted to reconfigure it to reread as humans created God in their image, specifically looking at the verb beri and how it functions in the text and how it functions in the larger narrative. And so by doing that, we looked at semiotic, we looked at social, we looked at cultural, we look at traditional enablers to be able to present such an argument. And our propositions were that if we use the idea of Feuerbach's anthropomorphic projectionism and Guthrie's view of religion as anthropomorphism, can we come up with a theory that wants to explain why the deity of the Old Testament is exclusively male and violent, and perhaps will it aid us into wanting to examine the roots of monotheism as we have them. So based on the categories, I will not go through the whole paper, but it's available in Google Scholar. So, but based on the categories of anthropomorphism as we have them, we then asked, why is the ascribing of human characteristics to a deity important? And perhaps it might be because humans don't have any cognitive access to God. And so they would want to consolidate everything around them to the specific deity. And another question we asked, how can humans know God and the divine being? And we then went on to look at the Pentateuch as we have it, since our primary text of interrogation was Genesis, and Genesis is a Pentateuch book. And so we know that the Pentateuch, those who know will be very familiar with the Pentateuch theories about how it's a priestly text and how Genesis is actually a very late book in the Old Testament, given that it was written during the Babylonian exile. And so when we agree that according to the theory of anthropomorphic projectionism and religion as anthropomorphism, that then the deity is a preoccupation of the human mind, and then we wonder what it reveals about the object. and the consciousness of a deity, and if the essence of a deity is self-conscious, and if it has any knowledge of itself. And on the other hand, in the process of conceptualizing, this theory, we realize that when we read about the process of conceptualizing a divine being through anthropomorphism, in turn, humans also reveal something about themselves, their abilities, their limitations, their wishes, their desires, among many other human elements. But however, the ascription of the consciousness to a deity, to the consciousness of the self, does not mean that humans are directly aware of the conscious of the consciousness of themselves and their identity. And there are, when you look at the interpretation of Hegel's phenomenology of the spirit, the encounter between the subject and the so-called absolute being, which is the deity in religion, is not the case of one spirit being aware of its own self, which is a completely developed consciousness, because an absolute being as a construct in the context of anthropomorphism is not aware of itself as a subject. So an absolute being is thus not fully developed because the subject, as an unhappy conscious, yearned, which means it projected for this absolute without first recognizing itself as the absolute. So anthropomorphic projectionism as a theoretical framework therefore focuses on the images projected to an absolute being, a God, in an attempt to know a God, know what the God wants and how he feels and how the God is. And this attempt, therefore, is part of a perceptual strategy, a strategy that is inevitable because the human mind is bound to be curious about its existence, its essence, and its purpose. And so, we identify this as polymorphic projection with particular reference to the all too human God that we find in the Old Testament. And that was the basis of our argument, that the God of the Old Testament appeared too human. Because I'm going to quote from the paper, Yahweh himself believes that the earth was created in 6 days in Genesis 1. Yahweh himself believes that he lives in the sky above the earth. Yahweh himself believes that the moon is a source of light and not the reflector. Yahweh himself believes that humans are made of clay and dust. Yahweh believes in the mythical creatures such as the Leviathan, the Rahab, behemoths, sea monsters, flying dragons, demons in the field, malevolent spirits in the night, etc. And so this view implies that a deity has the misconceptions and primitive understandings of nature that are often found in humans. And therefore, Yahweh's ideas are informed by myths and legends like those of his human speech writers. It seems that Yahweh of the Old Testament possessed the same cultural and traditional beliefs of his devotees, which never seem to transcend the ideologies of the Old Testament itself. The knowledge that Yahweh had of the world and humans was relative to the speech writers and ancient biblical texts. Yahweh had no knowledge of the universe and how the earth was created. He had no knowledge of astronomy. The moon is not the source of light. He had no knowledge of human physiology. Humans are not created from clay. And he had no knowledge of the natural world before the Homo sapiens and mythical creatures. And therefore, we conclude that the Yahweh that we see, the image that is there in the Old Testament, is anthropomorphic projectionism of the speech writers. And it's plausible because the Yahweh of the Old Testament seems not to be in tune with reality, life systems, and order. The Yahweh of the Old Testament seems not only to be in accordance with everything his speech writers accord to him, but also when we look at the notions that are purported for the Yahweh of the Old Testament, we see that it was a byproduct of the speech writers. And to move quickly right along, our focus on the verb beri in Genesis 1:27, if you will allow me, Chairperson, to read from my Hebrew Bible. In the English, it says, so God created humankind in his image. Bereshit Elohim et ha'adam be'elom. And so God created man in his image. The key root word in the preceding text are beri, to create, zalom, image, and Elohim, God. And so to translate the verb bara, which is fundamentally means to create, but when we look at it in the Hifil, it means to separate. But the original meaning of the verb bara, from the Arabic bari, means to cut off, to chisel, to shape images, which were rife in temples. Furthermore, the root salom in Genesis 1 denotes that humans are in the image of a god, the same images that were chiseled, cut off, and shaped in temples. Interestingly, a similar root is employed in other biblical texts to denote lifeless idols made by humans. When we look at Numbers 33, 2 Kings 11, 2 Chronicles, Ezekiel 7, and Amos 5. The verb salom, in essence, designates the production of something new. However, in the creation story, which is compared to the Babylonian epic of Enuma Elish, the verb salom would also mean to separate. It is important to note that Genesis 1:27 forms part of the priestly theology. Therefore, not only does bara and salom denote the building of the temple by humans, these root words may also presuppose that Yahweh was constructed and carved and shaped by humans in their own image. In an attempt to interrogate the supernatural ability to create human beings in one's image and likeness to the deity, the priestly authors probably sought to separate ordinary human activities and characteristics from those of the deity. However, the argument that supernatural abilities were allocated to the deity fits within the framework of anthropomorphic projectionism because such abilities were allocated by humans. There are other scholars that argue that in older texts that could be ascribed to the priestly authors, the verb kana is employed instead of bari. In texts such as Genesis 14:19, the verbs to beget and to create have their roots in West Semitic languages that could be used to denote either a divine activity or human action. In Ugaritic texts, the verb is attested in epithets of the Canaanite god Ilu and his wife Athitaru. In Genesis 14, El is called the creator of heaven and earth. However, to avoid ambiguity, it is possible that the priestly authors employed the verb bari for his own theologically motivated reasons, namely to ascribe divinity to the text for canonization. This means then that the post-exilic priestly writer who was responsible for the final redaction of Genesis 1 was probably acquainted with the Babylonian creation myths, given that Genesis was a product of the Babylonian exile. And the Babylonian god Marduk, who defeated the sea monsters. And that was our argument for anthropomorphic projectionism in the Old Testament, to argue, according to the verb beri and salom and kani, that it was meant to chisel, to carve out images, which supports our argument that it was probably the byproduct of its time when we do a historical criticism and see that it's a product of the Babylonian exile. But what is the reason for all of this? What is the purpose of anthropomorphism? So religion may be best understood as anthropomorphism, and that the latter is largely the byproduct of an evolved cognitive strategy. And this strategy, like I mentioned earlier, yesterday, Professor Jonathan spoke about how we preoccupy ourselves with these conversations to escape boredom. And I agree that boredom can be an attunement for nihilism. And also humans tend to be curious and want to consolidate their essence and their existence. And this cognitive strategy of anthropomorphism was used to resolve uncertainty with the logic that when you are in doubt about the nature of a phenomenon, we must bet on the most relevant possibility. So for humans, that possibility is that the phenomenon is personal or has personal features or traces. From the earliest infancy, we were preoccupied with persons and our prototype of intentional agency, evidently, and our concept of the human mind. So we interpret this phenomena as personal, involuntary, automatically, and mostly unconsciously. And then when I wrote this article, I was of the assumption that all religion is anthropomorphism and that all religion is a projection. But years later, when I reflected on the text, and now I come back, and this is why I said in the title, I'm taking my conversation forward and to look at what implications exist. Because I'm trained in biblical hermeneutics, I limited myself to that scope. But now, when I do a cross-cultural interdisciplinary study and interrogation and make myself my own interlocutor, then I want to see what are the implications for the African traditional philosophies. We can also ask what is in a name. Instead of me using African traditions and philosophy, I prefer to use African traditional philosophy because then I want to limit it to a specific worldview. I'm a Sesotho-speaking Black woman from South Africa. The Basotho people inhabit a place in South Africa known as the Free State and in Lesotho. And so I will interrogate it from that point of view. And I will also include a bit of Botswana cosmology, Botswana mythology, because we share similar traits as a people. And so when we look at the concepts of God in Sesotho traditional religions, to be more specific and to qualify it and to move away from the broader term, and when we want to look at anthropomorphism and its implications within this context, and what assumptions exist of a God, a deity, and the creation of us and the deity. So the primary assumption of this investigation is that I want to separate the Mudimu. I'm going to use the native term that we employ in my Sesotho speaking language. So Mudimu is like Olua, it's like, Unkulunkulu, God. But I want to separate Mudimu and the Christian God. And this means that historically, Sesotho traditional religions and Christianity originated as legitimate and separate religions, in themselves playing important roles among their own adherents in different geographical and cultural contexts. But this does not summarily preclude that the possibility of there being some, conciliation and attributes between these deities for missiological and theological purposes. Seeing that there's a postulation of a conceptual difference between Mudimu and the Christian God, the logical conclusion is that these deities stand in potential contradiction of one another. This will be demonstrated from the perspective of the observation of how colonial forces conquered the African people in the process of presenting the Christian God and in presentation of the content of the Christian God. In their presentation of the Christian God, there should be some dialogue between the new and the old. In a Sesotho prayer, when we pray, we say that Mudimu wa pele rapela wa kgale, which means the God, the new God, pray to the old God. And so this conversation should take place where there's a dialogue between the new and the old. And so the first two works that I'm going to consider naturally is the image of God among the Sotho or the Tswana people. And I primarily zoom into the work of Setlhwane, an African theologian. So for Setlhwane, the problem of conceptualization of Mudimu versus the Christian God is that the concept of the Christian God is devaluation of the concept of Mudimu. He says that there is more to tell about Mudimu than there is to say about the personal notion of the Christian God. Mudimu is not a personal God. Mudimu is an attribution of, in some instances, Mudimu would be an attribution of excellence, appearing in praises of chiefs. And they would say, Mudimu ke selo se bontshegang, se ipontshang, se tshabegang, a se mashwe. A fearsome, awful, ugly, monstrous thing. None of these adjectives deserves the sense of malevolent or malicious. They are not derogatory in any way. So according to Setlhwane, the divine being, Mudimu, is not the one said to be living in the heavens, as the missionaries like Moffat would consider it. The sky, Legodimo, is the expression of and reference to the numinousness or divineness of Mudimu. So Mudimu is not he who is in the sky. The sky is the primary reference and manifestation of Mudimu. And Mudimu is the source of Budimu, divinity, and the whole cosmos. It is a name wholly suitable in this sense for the Christian God. Whatever their misunderstanding, the missionaries had not hesitated to adopt this venerable word, which seemed, as it were, only to await their arrival, to reascend to its sources. And the natives did not dispute the propriety of their doing so. And so on hearing the preaching and explanation of who the Christian God is, the Tswana said, Mudimu, their local currency for deity. And so later, people like Moffat concluded that the concept of God is not that of Mudimu. As we quote Moffat, he says, Mudimu is not to convey the mind of those who heard it the idea of a God. So Mudimu is the governor of the heavens. Mudimu is the one who makes the rain. For that, Mudimu is honored. And, Sitwan is very sensitive and critical about the Christianization of Mudimu, because then it goes back to the essence of the Sesotho traditional religions and how they conceptualize the whole meaning of religion and the whole meaning of a deity. And then it's going to take us to the question of anthropomorphism. So Sitwani also says that Mudimu is intangible and has no plural form. Mudimu is mystery. The primary qualities of Mudimu are mystery, intangibility. Mudimu ke Motlhodi, the creator of Budimu, divinity, and the whole cosmos. Legodimo, the sky, is the primary manifestation, but does not necessarily mean that Mudimu dwells in the sky. So the fact is that there was more to Mudimu than the missionaries dreamed of, rather than much less, which they came to think. And so the identification of Mudimu with God was done too early and too prematurely. This is what Itumeleng Mothoagai refers to as African spiritual epistemicide, because even when you look in the Sesotho or Batswana traditional religions, the concept of a deity, for instance, when you come to sin, in the Sesotho and Batswana traditional religions, you cannot sin against the divine, you sin against your brother. So there were a lot of concepts within the indigenous traditions, traditional philosophies that were danced down, that were diluted, and that were Christianized to fit this canon that we have today. And so the early identification of God with Mudimu vitiates, or it spoils any attempt to distinguish the traditional attributes to the latter. How much now is assumed traditional is in fact Christian creation. The traditional concepts of Mudimu have been weakened, and by the identification of it with the notions of the Christian God, to a large extent, the traditional attributes have been eroded through a period of missionary evangelization and colonization of the Sesotho and Batswana people. So in essence, Mudimu wills good to mankind. He preserves justice and normally acts through Budimu, Badimu, ancestors. Mudimu intervenes to draw attention to the breach of taboos and is readily available to individual needs. The statement that Basotho make about Mudimu are pragmatic. They are not issues of here and now. They are about the issues of here and now. But for the missionaries, it was a different story, who had come to identify holiness with the moral, and the moral, moreover, as conceived in bourgeois terms. They were incapable of recognizing the Sesotho Tswana found something lacking, something offensive in them. Or if they did so recognize, they attributed the attitude not to the failure in communicating, but to the power of the devil over ignorant savages. And to conclude my talk, I am challenging myself here to rethink the postulates that I made in my abstract. Is all religion anthropomorphism? And my answer is no, given that when I zoom into particular and specific contexts, I see that there are different conceptions of a deity which do not assume this Cartesian, this dual view of a God that lives in the heavens, of a God that is a preoccupation of the human mind, of a religion that is a cognitive theory, but a God that is ever present in the lives of the people, a God who is a co-creator with the people, and a God that assumes any form that they wish. So that is the distinction that I found when I looked at African traditional philosophies, in specific the Sesotho traditional and Batswana traditional philosophies about the conception of a God, the creation of human beings by a God, and not the other way around. And so this was my attempt to combat my earlier findings and to further take the conversation forward. And I hope it won't end here. And I hope the conversations continue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mokoena. That was a very interesting talk. If you have questions for Dr. Mokoena, just raise your hands and then I'll call on you to ask your question. Well, since no one has raised his or her hands yet, I would like to ask my own question to Dr. Mokoena. Dr. Mokoena, one thing that struck me your adumbration of the nature of God in your tradition is the idea of God as intangible. I would like for you to clarify a bit what you mean by intangible, because in my mind, I like to think of intangible in the same sense I think of immaterial. And immaterial is contrasted with material, obviously. And for me, material means anything that is not only physical, but also something that influences reality. So of course, for something to be able to influence reality in a certain way, you can think of it as a material thing because it affects other material aspects of reality. And that would include a certain conception of God that sees God as, say, for instance, the creator of the world. So it influences the world in that way, and it is in that sense material. Is there any difference between that conception of materiality, especially with regards to how something influences other aspects of reality, and what you think of when you talk about intangibility? Do you think there is a sort of like a connection between the two?
Even in my conception of intangibility, at the very essence, it was the immateriality of a divine. And I think primarily this conception of God being immaterial and intangible was to preserve the divinity, not to make him look or make her or God sound like us. So, but in the sense, we also say, like I said earlier on, when we pray, we say, that those are, the elements of anthropomorphism are there. The fact that a God can speak, can hear, can, do all these things. So in the sense of material, I think it's that manifestation of those bits and pieces of anthropomorphic elements that we find even in our native traditional philosophies and religions.
Thank you. I see someone wants to ask a question. You can unmute and ask your question. I think that's 9208061.
I'm very happy if there are no questions.
Okay, I think Pius Mosima has a question.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Mokoena. I loved the conversation. I love the presentation because most of the things you were saying fell along the lines of what we have in our traditional Bakweri society. We also speak most of these Bantu languages. And when you spoke of Modimo as a Bakweri at the foot of Mount Cameroon, we also have the same word, but we have it as Molimo, which means spirit, some supreme spirit who is mysterious, who is the author of all goodness. That is initially the traditional view. That is a view our great-grandparents had. That's what they used to call the Molimo. But today, I don't know if it is due to the influence of colonialism or because of the Christian missionaries that came. Curiously, that word, if you ask a normal Bakweri person today in Southwest Cameroon, that word means devil. So the Modimo that used to be this good spirit, this good God, curiously is now termed the devil. Does that perhaps fall in line with what you with the colonial implications of our masters on our religion? And secondly, you also say that we can hardly have cognitive access to God. I don't know. Can you further substantiate what you meant by this claim? Thank you.
Okay. Should I answer now, Dr. Aribia?
Yes, you can answer now.
Thank you, Person. So the first question, I think it heavily borders on what I mentioned earlier from Professor Itumeleng Mutwakga calls it the African epistemicide, African spirituality epistemicide, especially, given, I think I'm lucky to be in theology and biblical studies, because there's, we even see in Bible translations of, for instance, in Sesotho, the word hyssop does not exist, but you find it in a lot of Psalms. And like I mentioned earlier about the concept of sin, you cannot sin against the divine. You sin against your brother, and then there's communal practices and rituals that are performed to atone on your behalf and to appease to the god and the gods on your behalf. So there's a lot that has been danced down. There's a lot that has been omitted. There's a lot that has been unincluded, and we cannot wholly leave it and want to lay that charge at the feet of textual critics. Because then there's also the issues of transliteration. And even because I also teach Hebrew, when you look at from the English to the Hebrew, there's no equivalent for the word marriage. In Hebrew, it's to take. And this is why often when we want to argue about common concepts, contemporary concepts today, we often fall into the trap of being anachronistic, because in the ancient context, there was no such. And even in other cultures, and I think this is why it's important that there exist pure worldviews before we can have these intercultural and dialogues amongst ourselves. And secondly, when I spoke about cognitive access to a God, I wanted to allude to the fact that we cannot determine God's essence. What we do is that we can determine the predicates. When you look at all the predicates that we have in the Hebrew, el, so many of them, but they do not reveal essence. And to be able to excavate essence, you need to have the cognitive access to know what the human being is made of, or the deity, or the spirit. So in this sense, we just sit in awe of the spirit that is the spirit that dwells amongst us, but we cannot fully comprehend it.
Okay, thank you. Does someone else have a question? And for me, I think I am curious. In your tradition, are there other beings, other types of other lesser gods in your tradition? I wonder, because that seems to be a recurrent theme in African theology.
Yeah, there's this this conversations about polytheism and monotheism, and we've established that monotheism is a very late invention. So I think largely societies have always been polytheistic. But in my case, I don't know of any other gods, but I do know that the predicates are different, and there are many. So you can have Mudim and have Tlatlamacholo. So there's quite a number of predicates, but I am not really sure if they allude to the existence of a myriad of deities, or it's specific, it's context specific, given that when we call on to Tlatlamacholo, we call to Tlatlamacholo asking for rain. So I think it's context specific. I'm not sure if the deities are different.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I saw Fambisai had his hands up if he wants to ask a question.
Yes, thank you, Aribia. Dr. Mokoena, thank you for the very interesting and really enlightening discussion there. It's not like really a question as such, but I find a lot of similarities. I think that I can relate when you talk of Mudimu there. I'm trying to really wrap my around it to say in my language, like we talk of Mudzimu. When we talk of Mudzimu, we are making reference to like those who have gone before us, those who have died, those maybe we can make reference to, and it is part of of that kind of thinking that the missionaries maybe tapped into, and eventually came up with this idea of like a Christian God they want to. But however, now in my language they now talk of a Mari. When they talk of Mari, it's something that we cannot relate to as human beings. And I'm trying to find to see how does that fit into the whole idea of Mudzimu as something that's beyond us, yet we talk of Mari, or we talk of a God as something that we want to relate to. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you. Very interesting. And as you're talking, I'm thinking about the cruelty of systems of oppression and how they alienate us from each other. Because what you mentioned in my specific context, Kibadimu, we refer to them in plural as Badimu. But it's still the same, semiotically, grammatically, even though the demarcations might be different. And I think it speaks firstly to the cruelty of the system that makes us, it makes us strangers to each other, whereas we share so much in common. And I think it was also it was also employed as this catalyst and as a apparatus to oil this truck of alienation and of oppression and of fragmentation. Because when I listen to you speak, there's actually nothing more that I can add, because you literally just state everything, the facts as they are. Because lucky for us, history has no blank pages, and we're thankful for that. And these conversations are important as we continue to excavate, the archive and come together and realize the similarities that we have actually more than the differences.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your reply, Doctor. Just quickly, if there's any other question. Okay, if there are no other questions, I'd like to thank Dr. Lerato for such a wonderful talk. We learned a lot from it. Thank you very much. At this point, we would like to take our first break for the day and reconvene in about 50 minutes time at 12 p.m. South African time. So, and the next session would be Dr. Joylene Guara and Dr. Lucky Ogbonaya, who would be talking to us about rethinking God's omnibenevolence and omnipotence in the light of the COVID-19 pandemic, an African perspective. And after them, we would have Professor Thaddeus Metz, who will be talking to us on the costs and benefits of the African conception of God in respect of life's meaning. So we look forward to those conversations and other conversations that would happen after those other conversations. See you guys in about 50 minutes. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We are due to start again in about 1 minute, so I'll just use the time to introduce our next speakers. We have Dr. Lucky Ogbonnaya from the University of Pretoria and Dr. Joylin Gwara from the University of Zimbabwe. And they would be talking to us on rethinking God's omnibenevolence and omnipotence in the light of the COVID-19 pandemic and African perspective. So, Dr. Lucky and Dr. Joylin, I presume you can take it from here. Thank you. Dr. Lucky, you can start.
Hello, can you hear me, Arabia?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you so much. I think I had a network glitch. So thank you very much. First of all, I would want to express our gratitude to the organizing team of for giving us this opportunity to express our thoughts on the topic, God, the problem of evil in African religious philosophy. And to begin with, I would want to also acknowledge the speakers that spoke before us, and that is the Chimakonams and Dr. Agada, who have laid the foundation for the ideas that we are delivering today. In other words, they've made life easy for us, and we are going to be reinforcing some of their ideas as we unpack our own argument, right? So as we have rightfully been introduced, me and my colleague, Dr. Uchenna Ogbonnaya, will be rethinking God's omnibenevolence and omnipotence in the light of the COVID-19 pandemic from an African perspective. Right, so in this paper, we argue that God is omnibenevolence and wicked, and omnipotence and weak. So this argument is anchored on the African theory of duality and its background inclusive ezumezu logic, right? As the background to our study, we also noticed that the question of God's nature remains a perennial issue in philosophy, and in particular in philosophy of religion. And accordingly, some African philosophers of religion, the likes of Mbiti, Sogolo, Bewaji, Oduwoye, Fayem, Nigedu, just to mention a few, have spent much of their time and energy discussing the concept of God and God's nature. Right, so African philosophers of religion, such as Djeche, Wiredu, Agada, concern themselves with the question of God's transcendence and immanence. And we have Mbiti Oduwoye, who dwell on God's omnipotence and omniscience, while Sogolo, Bewaji, Fayemi argue that God is limited and is also capable of doing evil. So this is the background to our study. And now we are going to chant the terrain of God's omnibenevolence and omnipotence within the African religious scheme. First, we note that the popular argument in the indigenous African religious belief system is that God is omnibenevolent and omnipotent. And to the best of our knowledge, we have noted that it is only a few African religious scholars and philosophers of religion who have argued contrary to this idea. For instance, we have Sogolo 1983, Bewaji 1998, Fayemi 2012, who question the omnipotence and the omnibenevolence of God and contend that God is limited and able to carry out evil acts. However, their view does not eclipse Africans' established view that God is infinitely omnibenevolent and omnipotent. And the fact that we have seen the problems or the challenges that have been brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic has led us to inquire into God's omnibenevolence and omnipotence in the face of this pandemic. And we note that the reality of the COVID-19 pandemic and its accompanying pains and sufferings questions the unlimited omnibenevolence and omnipotence in so many ways, right? So we talk of the pains and sufferings which accompany this pandemic, which we are not only limiting to the loss of jobs, hunger and starvation, death, and we're also talking about the daily number of deaths due to COVID-19, which has actually surpassed the number of deaths due to common causes. We are also talking about the emotional, psychological breakdown of individuals that either being the person with the COVID-19 or being the relative with the person with the COVID-19, starting with the fear and the anxiety that comes with being diagnosed with this pandemic, and also as loved ones, we watch helplessly as our relatives are whisked away in an ambulance, maybe thinking that this could be the last time that we may ever see them alive again, because we cannot visit them in these hospitals. So in other words, our relatives, they end up dying alone in fear and in this anxiety. So given this background, we're led to raise quite a number of issues. And the first issue is, if God is infinitely omnibenevolent, God should have prevented the COVID-19 pandemic. Number two, if God is infinitely omnibenevolent, God should have taken away the COVID-19 pandemic. Number three, if God is omnipotent, God should have taken away the COVID-19 pandemic. Right, and a reality on the ground is that God did not prevent and is still refusing to take away the COVID-19 pandemic. So God cannot be said to be infinitely omnibenevolent and omnipotent. Right, instead, God is also wicked and weak. So this is because it only takes a wicked and weak God to sit back and watch and see humans go through the pains and sufferings that accompany the COVID-19 pandemic without doing anything. Right, so thus God, who is omnibenevolent and omnipotent, is also wicked and weak, given the reality of the COVID-19 pandemic and its accompanying pains and sufferings. Okay, so having gone through or having explored the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as our argument, as well as stating our argument, we then go on to reconceptualize God's omnibenevolence and omnipotence in the African philosophical place. Right, so we notice that in the African place, two thoughts are outstanding. Number one is the African duality theory, and number two, an inclusive ezumezu logic. So we'll start off by conceptualizing the African duality theory. Yeah, the African duality theory holds that reality is dual or two-sided in nature. That is, reality consists of two inseparables. Right. For instance, when you talk of matter, you also talk of spirit. And when you talk of the physical, you also talk of the non-physical aspects, the invisible and the visible aspects, non-sensible and sensible aspects as well. And this view is central in the works of Onunwa, 2005, Ijeoma, 1996, 2006, 2014, 2016, Animalu and Chimakona, 2012, amongst others. Right, so having looked at the theory of duality, we also now want to conceptualize Ezumezu logic. So Ezumezu logic is an inclusive trivalent logic that holds that a proposition adjudged true or false could also be true and false. And this is an idea that we are getting from Chimakonam 2015, 2018, and 2019, as well as Chimakonam and Obonaya 2021. So this logic emphasizes the inclusive this and that over the bivalent this or that logic. So in Ezumezu logic, the emphasis is not on Ezu or Izu, but on the concept of Ezumezu, with the, notice Ezumezu with the small letter E. Now, this logic system is three supplementary laws of thought, which were formulated by Chimakonam in 2018 as well as in 2019. And these laws of thought include integrativity, complementarity, as well as included middle. We'll take turns to explore these or explicate these laws of thought. We begin with the law of integrativity. It holds that two seemingly opposed variables share a relationship of integration within a whole. And the second one, which is the law of complementarity, asserts that two seemingly opposed variables participate in a relationship of complementation with each other within a whole. And finally, the law of included middle states that two seemingly opposed variables share a middle ground. So here the two variables coexist as one, as integrate and complement each other. And ontologically, these two seemingly opposed variables seen as Ezu and Izu, these entities cannot exist on their own except with each other. Hence, they always exist as an inseparable oneness known as Ezumezu. Thus, Ezumezu is a middle ground, which results from the complementary integration of Ezu and Izu. And this is, we are borrowing this idea from Chimakonam 2019. Now, having explored these two theories, African duality theory and Ezumezu logic, we move on to demonstrate the nexus between the African duality theory and Ezumezu logic. So in Ezumezu logic, or Ezumezu is equal to Ezu plus Izu. And in this case, we can use Ezumezu to explain reality in African duality theory. And in African duality theory, reality is equal to spiritual aspect plus physical aspect. And in this case, if you are to speak of the spiritual aspect would stand for the Ezu in Ezumezu, and the physical aspect would stand for the Izu. And so reality would constitute of both the physical and the spiritual. And the word is also understood as sensible. In this case, sensible becomes our Ezu, plus the non-sensible, which is our Izu in Ezumezu logic. Being is also understood as substance plus accident, and Ezu being our substance and Izu our accident. And right, and just to keep in mind that these realities they do coexist. Now, having explored the African duality theory and Ezumezu logic, we now move on to look at the implication of the African duality theory as well as Ezumezu logic for God's omnibenevolence and omnipotence. So, if reality consists of spiritual and physical aspects, and Ezumezu is a product of Ezu and Izu, then God cannot be described as solely omnibenevolent without being wicked, right? Also, God cannot be omnipotent without being weak. So African duality and Ezumezu logic leads to the view that God is omnibenevolent and weak, number one. And number two, God is omnipotent and weak. So the two postulations depict duality in God in line with the African duality theory and Ezumezu logic. So it is this duality of omnibenevolence and wicked God and omnipotence and weak God that the reality of the COVID-19 and its accompanying pains and sufferings bring to the bear. So finally, as we wrap up, the reality of the COVID-19 pandemic and its accompanying pains and sufferings, and using African duality theory and its underbelly, inclusive this and that Ezumezu logic, we argue that God is both omnibenevolent and wicked, and omnipotent and weak. The point is that given that duality projects that reality is two-sided, it implies that every manifestation of reality must be dual. And this duality involves the complementary integration of seemingly opposed entities within a whole. Thus, we contend God possesses the attributes of omnibenevolence and omnipotence alongside their seemingly opposites, wickedness and weakness. We thank you so much for listening to us, and we are open to questions, comments, additions, subtractions that will also help us strengthen our argument. Thank you very much. Over to you, Arabia.
Thank you very much, Dr. Joylene, for your wonderful presentation. If you have any questions, you could just raise your hands and then I'll call on you to ask your questions. while we're waiting for someone to ask, I would like to ask the presenter. You talked about African duality. Do you think it really is a duality, or do you think it is more akin to something like parallelism that you'd find in the work of people like Spinoza? And so it's not a strict bifurcation like you find in most Western philosophy, but the idea that something can be two sides of the same thing. So not really a duality, but some sort of parallelism. I don't know if that if you would agree with me or your thoughts on this.
Well, let me take up the question. We are not talking about parallelism. Our thought is that there's the idea of two-ness in reality. And this idea of two-ness in reality is that these two entities that coexist in reality cannot exist outside both being together. So the emphasis here is that they are inseparable. At any point where they are separated, they cease to exist. So it's not parallelism, but duality.
Okay, thank you. Anybody wants to ask a question to our speakers? Okay, I see a question in the comment section. Butin asks, is there any causality in direction between these? Perhaps you can elaborate more, Butin.
Okay, the idea of causality is like you say that a particular aspect of reality influencing the other aspect or causing into being the other aspect. There's this idea of a dovetailing of reality in African duality, whereby you talk about the spiritual at a particular point having precedence over the physical, or the physical at a particular point having precedence over the spiritual. But our own thought is that both influence each other. You can't say this one causes the other. They always exist as one. Thank you. Over to you, Arabia.
Thank you very much for your response. Is there any other question? Okay, I think I see another question here from Professor Tad. He says, I can understand that forces in the imperceptible realm could need forces in the perceptible realm and vice versa. I can understand those two different kinds of things needing each other to exist. However, it is hard for me to understand how a being could be both morally perfect, omnibenevolent, and wicked. Can you explain more how being morally perfect would require wickedness?
Okay, so the first issue, our problem will arise if we are looking at it from the perspective of contradictories. We are not seeing the perceptible and the imperceptible as contradictories. We are seeing them as contraries, and in the context of Ismail, sub-contraries. So sub-contraries complement and integrate as well as coexist as one. So if you look at it from the perspective of sub-contraries, it cannot lead to contradiction. But when you look at it as contradictories, then it can lead to contradiction. Then the idea of coexistence is that contraries always complement, like Asusu says, that entities yearn for each other. So in as much as they are opposite and they are incomplete in themselves as missing link, they always yearn for each other. So if you're talking about spirit or the spiritual aspect and the physical aspect, there are entities that are incomplete in themselves that always will yearn to coexist. So it's only when they coexist that reality is said to be. Thank you.
Yes. Can I push you on that a bit before I read? I think what Professor Metz is saying, I think maybe I'm not going to put words in his mouth, but what I think from that little question he asked, when you say something like omnibenevolence or omniscience or things like that, you're speaking in absolute terms. You're not speaking in non-absolute terms. So when you're speaking in absolute terms like that, and then you bring in a seemingly opposed idea, you can't think of them as, I don't think personally that you can think of them as contraries, because you're talking of one in absolute terms. It is omnibenevolent, all good in the absolute sense of all good. You cannot then bring the idea of evil or wickedness within the context of that absolute being. I don't think that those constitute contraries in themselves. It would be a contradiction if you're thinking of one in absolute terms. That's what I think. What are your thoughts?
Yes, we were thinking about that after we might have finished the paper. We're saying, why not we take off the omni and just talk about benevolence and wickedness? Yeah, on a second thought, our position is rethinking God's omnibenevolence. So how can we look at it? Should we really take off the omni, that is the all benevolence, and just talk about the benevolence? For us, we said, okay, let's still leave it as it is now. But if there are issues raised, we can adjust our position. But we are saying that if we are seeing God as all benevolence, and at a point, God is not playing that role of being all benevolent, then there's something wrong. Then there's that aspect of wickedness in God. So our problem is not to really reduce the omnibenevolence of God, but to add the contrary, the other side of it, which is wickedness. We don't want to go that extreme to say that God is all wicked. But we are saying that there is an act of wickedness in God. In this, we are saying that though God is omnibenevolent, I might be able to take away these things, that is the COVID-19 pandemic, but has chosen not to because of the act of wickedness within God. So it could be to serve the greater good that God has allowed this. So we are looking at it from that perspective. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. There are also other questions here. Let me go back. Okay. Okay, I think Prof. Metz was echoing what I was saying. He says, but moral perfection and wickedness do not seem to be contraries. They seem to be contradictories. And I think you've spoken about that, I guess. But Dr. Jonathan says, thank you for your talk. Could you, okay, I don't think this question is complete. So I'll go to Tony Shabangu's question. What is the relationship between God and humans? Is God a perfect version of humans in that they have access to maximums like omnipotency and omnibenevolence? When they have imperfections of these, are they not just human again?
Okay. In our presentation, we don't try to place God outside the universe. We place God within reality. So that's why our conclusion is that in as much as all reality is dual, then whether it is God, whether it is human, they are dual. So we're not here to separate between God and human. That's not our objective. Our objective is to place God within the realm of reality as an aspect of reality. Being that God is an aspect of reality, God shares in everything that reality shares. That's why we are arguing that if God is one among realities, then God must have two-sidedness. So if you're taking an attribute of God, you must also look at it from the two-sidedness of God. Now we're talking about God benevolence and wickedness, God's power and also weakness. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Lucky. Another question from Dr. Majid. He says, can you clarify ezumezu? Is it that God is sometimes good and sometimes bad and complement each other this way? For it seems that to be omnipotent is not to be weak by definition. So kind of like still on the issue of the contradictory nature of the idea of omnibenevolence and wickedness that you guys put forth as a contrary duality, if I may put it like that. So if you could just say more.
Okay, the first thing is to understand ezumezu logic. And to understand ezumezu logic is to look at the concept ezumezu. And when I'm talking about ezumezu at this point, it is the ezumezu with the small letter e. Ezumezu as a concept is derived from Ezu and Izu. Given that Ezumezu is derived from Ezu and Izu, it implies that there are three mathematical value, which is Ezumezu 1, Ezu 2, and Izu. So that's to say that Ezumezu logic is a trivalent logic. But another point to note is that it is a context-based logic. So it's a contextual logic, wherein you can talk about Ezu as a context, Izu as another context, and Ezumezu as a third context. So if this is the case, you can say that, okay, there's an entity called God that has inherent goodness and inherent evil, and therefore at the point, God can manifest the goodness, and at another point, God can also manifest the evil. So in this way, we can say that evil and good can complement themselves. And Chimakunam has taken care of this in his presentation yesterday. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Lucky. Another question. This is a question that Jonathan wanted to ask previously. He says, could you appeal to specific African life world to buttress your claim about the duality inherent in the African conception of God?
We can talk about the healing process in Africa, traditional worldview. When someone is sick, you see that you go to a diviner, the diviner would have to consult the other world, which is the non-physical world for a physical ailment, because we believe that there is a relationship between the physical and the non-physical world, that anything that's happening in the physical realm is also has already taken place in the spiritual, and that it might have a spiritual cause or a spiritual undertone. So the way to solve that problem is to appeal to the spiritual beings to interfere in the physical affair. That shows that there's a relationship between the physical and the spiritual realm of existence. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lucky. Okay, I think what's left here are just comments. Ada Agada says he would like to see how you address the obvious contradiction or contradictions in the full paper that you're going to write. Is there any other question? Does any other person want to ask a question? Well, if there are no more questions, I'd like to thank you. I'd like to thank you, Dr. Lucky and Dr. Joylingua, for your presentation, and we look forward to the proceeds of these discussions we've had. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes. So next, I would like to introduce to us next speaker. Next speaker is Professor Thaddeus Metz, who is a professor at the University of Pretoria, and he will be speaking to us on the costs and benefits of the African conception of God in respect of life's meaning. Thank you, Prof. I wonder if Professor Metz is ready or would prefer to start at his allocated time of 12:50. Yeah. Yes, I think the suggestion at this point is that we take a little break until 12:50 when Prof will be available to give his talk, which was actually the time scheduled for his talk. Yeah, so let's reconvene at 12:50 when Professor Metz will be ready. Thank you. Okay, I think it's about time. Let me reintroduce Professor Taji Smets, who is a professor at the University of Pretoria, and he'll be talking to us on the costs and benefits of the African conception of God in respect of life's meaning. So, Professor Metz, thank you.
Thanks for the introduction. I'm glad to be here. Again, I apologize for those whose talks I missed. If you'd like feedback from me, please send me something written by email and I'll give you some comments. What I'd like to do now, though, is spend about 25 minutes talking through this presentation. And the question I want to answer, but won't be able to answer conclusively today, is whether it would be desirable for the God of traditional African religion to exist in respect of meaning in our life. And in particular, I want to focus on whether the African God, as I'll abbreviate it, would be desirable in respect of the meaning of our lives, compared to what I'm going to call the Abrahamic God, so the God of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. And I'm going to be presuming that these understandings of God are conceptions that have been advanced by philosophers or those with philosophical training, such as theologians. When I talk about meaning in life, I have in mind a cluster of closely related values, such as connecting with something greater than oneself, or having something in one's life that merits pride or admiration, making a contribution, relating to something valuable. These kinds of ideas, I think, are typically what we have in mind when we want to know whether an individual person's life is meaningful and to what degree. And my question is, how might the existence of the God as typically conceived amongst adherents to traditional African religion bear on that value in our lives? And should we prefer that the African God exist relative to the Abrahamic God? So that's the question. Notice it's not an ethnographic or ethno-philosophical project of asking what African peoples believe about meaning in life or about God. Notice too that the issue isn't a metaphysical. The question I'm posing isn't metaphysical. I'm not asking whether the African God exists or whether the Abrahamic God exists. Instead, I'm asking a squarely evaluative question. Would it be good if the African God existed in relation to the meaning of our lives relative to the Abrahamic God? I'm going to focus strictly on God. I'm not going to discuss issues of an afterlife. That raises a whole other cluster of issues, but the kind of inquiry I engage in today would make sense to transfer to debates about the afterlife as it's understood, typically by African religionists and philosophers relative to those in the Abrahamic faiths. That'd be worth doing on another occasion. And notice too, I won't be discussing I'll be discussing, focusing strictly on the meaning of an individual's life and not the meaningfulness or lack thereof of the human race or humanity as a whole. I'm obviously going to be pitching at a fairly broad level, that is, I'm going to be presuming sort of drawing on commonalities amongst the three big Abrahamic faiths of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. And I'm going to be presuming that there are recurrent features ascribed to God amongst adherents to traditional African religion. I don't need to suppose that everybody ascribes the same features to God, but rather that there's some properties that are salient, that are recurrent in the African tradition. Time permitting, I'm going to try to sketch some answers to the question in respect of 5 different conditions. I don't have firm conclusions at this point. I can't give you an answer as to whether it would be preferable that the African God exists relative to the Abrahamic God in respect of meaning in life. Instead, I want to break down that project into 5 discrete other subtopics and share some strategies that I look forward to thinking through over the coming months about how to answer them. So, for example, concretely, more salient in the African tradition than the Abrahamic is the idea that God ascribes us an individual destiny as opposed to a generic purpose. More common in traditional African religion is the idea that God is essentially vital force as opposed to logos or rationality. It's common in the African tradition to think of God as a designer, and more common in the Abrahamic tradition to think of God as a creator, as more specifically as a being that's able to create matter out of nothing, ex nihilo. It's more common in the African tradition to think of God as hidden, and the metaphors are often that God is said to be too big or too distant to communicate directly to human beings. Whereas it's quite common in the Judeo-Christian Islamic tradition to think that God is able to reveal his or her mind to humans directly. And finally, the fifth major difference that I hope to get to today is the idea that it's common in the African tradition to think of God as spatial, as residing in space, even though God is imperceptible. Whereas it's much more common in the Abrahamic tradition to think of God as beyond space and even time altogether. So I'm going to work through each of these five things and suggest just simply some things I need to think about in order to draw a conclusive answer to the question of whether it would be preferable for the African God to exist relative to the Judeo-Christian Islamic God. So let's first talk about destiny. My colleagues in African philosophy and religion, particularly those from West Africa, tend to think that if God exists, God would assign a destiny to each individual. And that, on the face of it, is different from, sort of mainstream Christianity and Islam, where we get generic purposes, right? We're supposed to believe in God. We're supposed to love our neighbor as ourselves, and similar kinds of prescriptions, which are not unique to any given individual, right? They apply to all human persons as a class. And that strikes me as an interesting difference between the two understandings of how God would relate to us and as potentially bearing on the degrees of meaning in our life. In favor of the destiny approach, you might suspect that if God were to give us all the same goals, it would be unfair in the sense that we would be unable to have we wouldn't have an equal chance of meaning in our lives if we all had the same goals, because we have different abilities to reach the goals, right? People differ in their psychological temperaments, their social interaction, the opportunities available to them. So at an abstract level, if we all have the same goal we're supposed to achieve, but we have different capacities, then on the face of it, it would look unfair. It looks like some are going to be able to reach the goal easier than others. And the reply to that might be, well, look, Metz, how hard is it to believe in God? If God ascribes that generic goal to all human persons, surely it's within their power to do that. Surely it's also within their power to treat other human beings made in God's image well. Isn't that also easily doable? And I'm not sure about that. I was raised in a family and a broader culture that isn't so religious. And so at a sort of autobiographical level, it's actually quite difficult for me to bring myself to believe in spiritual or agency in an imperceptible realm. And so maybe I'm at a disadvantage relative to others who are raised in different contexts when it comes to forming, for having faith in God. So that's one response the fan of the Abrahamic God might make, and I'm not sure it works. I think another kind of response is stronger. So what the fan of the Abrahamic God could say is that even though we might be given the same goal, the meaningfulness of our lives wouldn't be a function of whether we reached the goal or not, but rather the extent to which we did given our opportunities. So suppose person A is capable of loving his neighbor to degree 100, and person B can love his neighbor to a 200 degree. Then we can imagine that meaning isn't a function of them loving their neighbor to the same extent, but rather is a function of the percentage to which they've done so given their capabilities. So if the first one, who's able to love his neighbor to a degree 100, does so to degree 75, and the second one, who's able to love his neighbor to degree 200, does so to 150, then we could say that they have the same amount of meaning in their lives, because that's 75% of what they could achieve in each case. They wouldn't have realized the same goal, but they would have realized to the same degree their ability to achieve the same goal. And maybe that's the best way to think about meaning in the context of fulfilling a purpose that God has assigned. So maybe there's a reply on behalf of the Abrahamic God. Another worry about a different kind of consideration I'll need to think through is that some find destiny to be restrictive. And I think Arabia Atto, my colleague, suggested it, hinted at that sort of approach, that kind of objection or criticism yesterday. Right? If you've got an individual destiny, then it looks like there's only one path to take to have a meaningful life. However, I think there are two interesting ways that the fan of destiny might respond. One is to suggest that if we do indeed have destinies, then the destiny is not just what I should do with my life, but it's also plausibly constitutive of who I am as a person distinct from other persons. And I see that account of personal identity in the work of some Nigerian philosophers, Arayofe and Badageshin in particular, interesting. And the notion that our personal identity is constituted by certain ends or goals that we ought to achieve is underdeveloped in English-speaking literature on personal identity, and might take some of the sting out of the idea that you would have one destiny because they would be tailor-made for you. Instead of being restrictive, it would be perhaps liberating. Another way to respond at this point is to suggest that God could make a number of different options available. So if God gives people a variety of talents for philosophy, for playing with toddlers, for understanding animals, maybe within there would be some cluster of possible avenues from which we could pick. So a destiny, I think, could be tailor-made to individuals without prescribing a very narrow way of life. Let me move on to a second apparent difference between the African God and the Abrahamic God, which is that often adherents to traditional African religion will conceive of God as the ultimate source of vital force, of vitality. Right? God is thought in terms of bios, life. Whereas in the Abrahamic tradition, at least amongst philosophers, it's much more common to think of God essentially in terms of logos, rationality. And that seems to make sense of the three omni properties. In each case, they seem to involve the exercise of reason. But one worry we might have about thinking of God in terms of vitality is whether it can account for intuitions about respects in which our lives could be more meaningful. So suppose that we're supposed to emulate God. And then we think of God as essentially vital force. Well, that means that we should be expanding our vitality and indeed spreading vitality as much as we can. That's what it would mean to be like God. But there's certain kinds of knowledge that I think are intuitively sources of meaning, but that don't seem to involve the exercise of vitality or the spread of vitality very much. And I'm thinking of cases of theoretical wisdom of the sort that Aristotle and Husserl and some other Western philosophers have particularly prized. I think intuitively, if somebody actually really discovered what the fate of the universe is going to be, that would be quite an accomplishment. It's something that they should be recognized for by their university or by the scholarly community at large. But knowing the fate of the universe isn't, on the face of it, going to make anybody's life more rich. Nobody's going to have an enhanced kind of liveliness if they know what the fate of the universe is going to be. And so I think it's hard for a kind of vitalist conception of God to make sense of how our lives could be more meaningful by acquiring certain kinds of knowledge that are of purely theoretical or contemplative interest and don't seem to make much of a practical difference. And here I will need to think about possible replies from the African religionist. One might be that to come to understand the fate of the universe would require quite a lot of vitality on the part of the scientist, require in particular quite a lot of hard work and creativity, and these are often understood to be expressions of vital force. That might work. I need to think more about it. I do worry that the response invites the reply that if we just simply were creative or worked hard about anything, any intellectual problem, it would make our lives more meaningful, which doesn't look true. I think there's a big difference between discovering the fate of the universe on the one hand and discovering how many freckles have existed on human bodies on the other, even if they had comparable degrees of vitality going into them. Here's a third major difference I see between the African God and the Abrahamic God. Often for the Abrahamic God, he's thought to originate matter. So the idea isn't merely that God forms matter that's already existed, but rather creates matter out of nothing and then imparts some form to it. And that idea is much less commonly encountered in the literature on African religion. Instead, a common idea is that God doesn't create matter, it already exists, but God shapes it, imparts form to it, and so is a creator in that sense. So which would be preferable if our lives are supposed to obtain meaning by relating to God, which would be better? On the Abrahamic side, it's natural to say, I think, that the Abrahamic God would be a higher being or a more perfect being if it could not merely form matter that already exists, but create matter out of nothing. It would be a stronger creative power, and even in a sense, perhaps, a greater kind of vitality if God had that extra power that the African God is often thought not to have. So that's on the favor of the Abrahamic position. But on favor of the African side, I think what is naturally going to be said is that it's just incomprehensible how any being could create something out of nothing. It's not logically contradictory. It's not a logical contradiction, but it is incomprehensible to us how it could possibly happen. We have no understanding of how a being could create matter out of nothing. And so if we tend to think that matter is meaning in life is something intelligible, something that makes sense of our lives, and now we're told to relate to a being that has features we can't even understand to a little bit, then it becomes, the counter argument is that our lives wouldn't be more meaningful for relating to this God whom we can't understand. We would get more meaning for relating to a God we can understand, and that would be a God who's much more of a designer as opposed to one who's understood to create matter out of nothing. Fourth issue I'm going to think about, where it looks to me like typical African conceptions of God differ from typical conceptions of God in the Abrahamic tradition, again, as interpreted by philosophers, is that in the African tradition, it's common for many to think that God is in space, that God has a location. And God is understood to be imperceptible. We can't see him, can't smell him, can't touch him, but he's supposed to be somewhere. Apparently a number of Western African languages, their logic suggests that to exist or to be is to exist or be in a place. And so an implication of that ontology is that God is in space, has a location. In contrast, it's quite common amongst Western philosophers working with the Abrahamic faiths to think of God as beyond space altogether. God doesn't have a location in this world. God stands in some way transcendent or beyond it is the common view. So again, which conception of God would be preferable is my question. Supposing that meaning would come from engaging with God or relating to God as the highest possible being. On the Abrahamic side, a number of philosophers like Plotinus and Aquinas would suggest that if something exists in space, then it's got an extension, right? If something's in space, it takes up a certain amount of space, right? There's a quantity involved of space that's taken up. And once you've got quantity, these philosophers suggest, then we have something that, at least in thought, can be broken down into parts, right? If something has an extension or it takes up an amount of space, even if in reality it couldn't be broken apart, we can imagine it being broken apart. And for these philosophers, Plotinus in particular will speak of the feebleness of division. They tend to think that if something is divisible, even merely conceptually, it's not so great. It's not as perfect as it could be. A higher sort of being would be utterly independent. It wouldn't rely on parts for its existence. It would have an utter integrity that we could not even imagine to fall apart. And so that's working with the perfect being tradition of the West. But even among working with African ideas, there might be certain interpretations of vitality that would support the point. So often when you see descriptions of vital force, it's cashed out in terms of strength or power. And we might say that a being that can't even be imagined to disintegrate or have parts would be stronger. And so perhaps the logic of vitality also supports this idea that a spatial God, a God in space, would not be as great as a God beyond space in some way. Another concern from the Abrahamic faiths would be that if God is in space, then God's point of view is going to be limited. Right? If you're at a particular spot in space, it's hard to imagine how you could survey all of space. Right? How could you apprehend, everything that's going on in space if you are at a particular location in it? It seems like the only way to survey the whole thing would be, again, to stand apart from it. And then these philosophers are going to suggest it would be a higher being that were able to have knowledge of the whole as opposed to merely parts. So those are two reasons to think that a non-spatial God would be more perfect or higher, and perhaps that we could acquire more meaning by relating to that God than the God is typically conceived in the African tradition. On the other side, though, I think African philosophers can respond again with points about what's comprehensible and what's not. If we've got an agent beyond space altogether, what is it like to be that agent? How are we supposed to relate to that being? How could we acquire meaning by engaging with that being? How are we supposed to emulate a being that's beyond space altogether and has no extension in the way that all of us do? So I think that's a good place for the African philosopher to put pressure on the more traditional view in the Abrahamic the traditional view amongst Abrahamic faiths that God is beyond space altogether. It's hard to understand how we could acquire meaning by relating to such a being. And the last fifth difference between the Abrahamic God and the African God for today that I will address, and that seems to bear on issues of meaning in life, is the fact that it's common in the African tradition to think of God as hidden from us. So God is said to be too distant or too big to communicate directly to humans. Rather, God is thought to communicate with ancestors. Any old human can't communicate with ancestors. It's got to be a diviner who's had special training. That individual can receive messages from ancestors, and then the diviner relates the messages to us, if we're lucky. That's a different picture than the Abrahamic God, who routinely is understood to talk to prophets, right? Tells them what books to write, sends them messages. We've got Moses, we've got Muhammad, who are human beings and are thought to have received messages directly from God, not through an ancestral or other spiritual intermediary. So that seems to me a salient difference between the two. And now I want to know which would be preferable in terms of meaning in life. And one thing going for the Abrahamic God is that it looks like, at least in principle, we could be in closer contact with God, right? If God is able to communicate directly to humans, and a meaningful relationship is going to be constituted, at least in large part, by relating to God, well, then it'd be frightfully nice, it seems, if God would communicate with us, as opposed to intermediaries. So that's one consideration in favor of the Abrahamic God. However, I think on the other side, I'm going to need to think about whether it would even be possible for God to communicate with us. So I don't deny that God could send us messages. That sounds right. What I question on behalf of the African tradition is whether we could know that the messages have come from God as opposed to an alien or a lesser divinity, let's suppose. All right, so Robert Nozick, in an interesting essay, puts himself in the shoes of God and imagines himself trying to communicate with human beings, and he finds himself unable to do it. Right? So if a human being hears a voice, how does the human know it came from God? If certain things are written in the stars, again, how does the human know that God did the writing as opposed to a more powerful, but still a more powerful being than us, but still a being much less powerful than God? If it were impossible for God to communicate with us in the sense of us knowing that the messages came from God, then God's hiddenness wouldn't be a problem in a way, because there would be nothing metaphysically we could do to overcome it. And if not, then it wouldn't plausibly be a cost to the meaningfulness of our lives. We would just be doing the best that we metaphysically could possibly do. Well, I think that's enough. I've been going on for 25 minutes. I'm sorry I don't have any firm conclusions about these issues, but hopefully you find the questions interesting and the strategies for answering them promising. But I look forward to seeing what you have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Metz. So I'll ask for questions now. If you have a question, please raise your hands and then I'll call you. I see Dr. Jonathan and Professor Verdi have questions, so I'll start with Dr. Jonathan.
Okay, thank you very much, moderator, and thank you, Thad, for that talk. I quite enjoyed myself. So a couple of issues that I would like you to clarify, some issues I find quite not convincing enough. Number one, you made a distinction between vital force and logos, attributing the former to the African conception of God and the latter to the Judeo-Christian conception of God. Again, this idea of vital force, which Tempest Placid really brought into the main literature in African philosophy and studies, has been criticized by different scholars in African philosophy. It's as an attempt by a Western scholar to try to make sense of an African worldview, which was, again, poorly done. Because no one really can, and you did not substantiate exactly what this vital force is, and all that. So that's number one. Number two is your distinction about the designer God and the creator God. Perhaps you should throw more light as to exactly what you mean by African God being more of a designer, and that. And number three is your claim that the African God is hidden, sort of, from the people and thought to be out of reach by the worshippers or Africans themselves, who would have to go through diviners and ancestors to reach to him, contrasted with the Western God that you said that is reachable to human beings like prophets, Muhammad, Jesus Christ, and the rest of them. The question there is that are diviners, those diviners in African traditional religion, not equivalent to Jesus Christ and Muhammad and the prophets? All right. I would say that they are equivalent because they are human beings. Diviners are not spirits. They are human beings who mediate between other human beings and this supreme being. And perhaps it will clarify, it will enable us understand more why that structure is there. That's the reason why that structure is there. It's not that Africans can't reach him. It's not that Africans think that their God is hidden, the supreme being is hidden. Okay, that appears to be the assumption in your paper, which is not really the case. The reason why that structure is there is the idea of specialization. Okay, specialization, number one. Number two is the proliferation of smaller deities in African traditional religions. These smaller deities have abilities to do different things, and they work in concert with the supreme being. So it takes a diviner or one who has been trained in the art of communicating with these various deities who are, handy deities of the supreme being, to know how to reach them the best. Okay. Now, a typical Igbo man like myself will always have our Ofo or the Ikenga. Okay, that's which you go by. It's a spiritual symbol. It is a direct link between your lineage and what you conceive to be the supreme being. All right. So you can choose to go above the smaller deities and reach the supreme being and all that. So those are some issues. This one is really more of clarification that perhaps you may wish to take note of. But another one, again, before I hand over, is your contrast of space. Africans conceiving God as, an entity that is located in a particular place, whereas the Westerners or Judeo-Christians are conceiving God as an entity that's beyond space. Again, I would like to forward this description of the African conception of God, in the sense that even when the Christians think of God as an entity that lives in heaven or paradise, okay, the idea is that heaven or paradise, an abode of God, and insofar as it's conceived as an abode, is a place, is a space. Okay, it's a place, it's a space. And if the African conceives their supreme being as dwelling somewhere there, it is also the same thing as thinking of heaven and paradise, perhaps not in the same concepts and not in the same, perhaps the structures of these spaces are not the same, but they are really the same and essentially no difference. So finally, with your submission about how relating with this African God could account for meaning in the life of an African and all that, an understanding of what God really represents to the African, and not what literatures out there have presented them, most of them from the Western perspective, which again misleads people like you and I, well, not me really, but a lot of people who are venturing into these African areas of studies nowadays, especially young ones and all that, is that the presence of God in the African life world is one that signals another entity in the universe, all right, that happens to have more power and more knowledge, okay, and that I, as a human being in this universe, can use that entity to satisfy my needs. Okay, so in that sense, you can think of thinking of this African God as someone that participates in the process of meaning making in the life of typical Africans. Okay, and I can give you some references to consider. Somebody like Obedan is about the dignity of man in Igbo tradition, and what's his name again? Dobaton was a fairly recent article on the centralities of human being in the African traditional religion and all that. So you see, and Ikenga Meto's books as well, you see these people are trying to explain that when the African goes to make sacrifice, goes to pay a visit to the diviner, goes to do whatever they want to do to their chiefs, to the smaller deities, to reach divine or whatever. They are trying to use those entities, those deities and those gods to do for them those things that they cannot do for themselves. So they're trying to use those deities. And that is why we have many deities in many African cultural worldviews, such that if one deity fails, okay, that deity is easily abandoned. And focus is shifted to another deity who continues to receive refreshment and sacrifice and all that until they fail too. And they abandon and they focus to another deity. And you can see that in the life of a typical African today. Despite Christianity, many Africans still believe in different deities and gods and pay visits to these spiritual homes that really claim to worship these deities and have access to these deities. Okay, so I'd like to stop there. Perhaps if you can respond to some of them, essentially some of them would also be important if you also maybe as taking notes and all that. Thank you. I enjoyed your talk.
Yeah, there's a lot there. I mean, it was, but I'll just very briefly respond to the most important points. As far as the vitalist approach to understanding the nature of God, of course, Tomples was criticized for overgeneralizing. But that doesn't mean that there aren't large swaths of African philosophers and theologians who don't believe it. In fact, many do. So if you look at work by the Ghanaian Zobo, the Congolese theologian Bujo, Tanzanian theologian Magesa, all of them clearly have vitalist conceptions of God and vitalist, vitality-based moral frameworks as well. So I think we can find salient African philosophers of religion who do hold vitalism, even if not everyone does. It's true, I didn't spell out the nature of vital force in this talk. I will do it in the paper, but I thought the ideas would be familiar enough to my audience on this occasion. By designer, as opposed to, by designer, I meant a being who imparts form to matter, but does not create matter out of nothing. So that's what I meant by the word designer, and the contrast is supposed to be with the conception of God who is not merely a designer, but creates matter ex nihilo, out of nothing, as opposed to ex materia, out of shapes his creation out of matter that already exists. That's supposed to be the contrast. I think it's a good point that diviners would serve an equivalent purpose to prophets. I will respond to that in the paper. I think one move I would make is to suggest that, at least in principle, when it comes to the Abrahamic faiths, we need not go through a prophet. Right? So a number of believers in those faiths and philosophers who hold those faiths believe that it's possible for God to talk to us directly. Might not do it, but at least it's possible for God to communicate directly with us. And so part of the point of prayer is to not merely reach out to God, but to hope that God speaks back to us. But that idea that one would get a message directly from God isn't as salient in the African tradition. And so I think we still get an interesting contrast. And we can pose the question, would it be better for meaning if God could speak directly to us? For both faiths, clearly we can pray to God, right? We can send the message to him, as it were. But it doesn't look like it's possible for many conceptions of the African God for God to communicate with us. And that's what I see to be the key difference between the two that merits consideration. As far as heaven goes, I wanted to set aside the afterlife altogether for the sake of this talk, and wanted just to focus on the nature of God. I think it will be useful for me to consider how Africans find meaning out of relating to God. I'm happy to engage in that kind of ethnography or those kinds of texts, but ultimately the project isn't a matter of that. It's not a matter of accounting for what Africans find meaningful. It's rather asking philosophically, would it be better for the meaning in our lives if God were one way rather than another? I hope that's all I can really say at this point if we want other people to participate. But thanks, Jonathan, for the input.
Yeah, thank you very much. So Veli, you could ask your question now.
Thanks so much, Olivia. And hi, Thad. Good to see you again.
You too.
Thanks. So this is a question about the bigger project and the kinds of terms, the way you're thinking about value. So I wasn't quite sure what kind of value, on the one hand, what kind of value is involved and what kind of value you think is important for the meaning in life. So it looked like some of the arguments relied on, and so I can't make up my mind on your arguments without knowing what kind of value you have in mind. So for example, the first argument seemed to have in mind something like epistemic value, right? So, or at least it's more plausible in an epistemic value reading. So plausibly, it's epistemically more valuable to discover the fate of the universe. But I don't know, I think morally and prudentially it will be more valuable to discover one's own destiny or something. So that's the question. It's really about the kind of value you have in mind and how it relates to meaning in life.
Okay. Well, the overarching value is supposed to be meaning in life, which at the start I tried to define in terms of a family resemblance model or a cluster analysis. So I think that when we're talking about meaning in life, both in the African tradition and the Western, we're thinking about relating to something valuable, connecting with something greater, doing something that merits pride or admiration, being able to tell a good story about your life, that cluster of concepts. And the way I understand that is that those will supervene on or actually be constituted by a range of other value concepts. So it's going to include some epistemic value on the one hand. It's going to include some moral value on the other. It's going to include some aesthetic value we could throw in as well. And I don't think we can really understand meaning in life if we just look at the moral value or just the epistemic or the aesthetic. I think those three in particular make up the bulk, not everything, but probably the bulk of what makes a life meaningful. So does that help sketch give you a better sense of the project?
Yeah, definitely. But I mean, I still like to hear more about how these are weighed against each other when you're asking a question about what's more valuable. But I think there's a cue, so I'll drop you an email.
Well, for a given argument, I mean, I would be, supposing I'm not equivocating, I'd be taking one of them at a time, right? So I'd be asking, for example, would it be more meaningful in respect of epistemic considerations if we could comprehend God as opposed to God being incomprehensible. But then I might shift to aesthetic value or moral value at another stage, in the context of another aspect of the five differences I see.
Okay, thank you very much, Belly, for your questions and Prof for your response. Lerato Mokoena, your question.
Thank you, Chairperson. Prof. Metz, thank you for that presentation while you're enjoying your tea. But I just want to ask a question primarily because I'm a theologian, but I'm trained in biblical scholarship. So in your stating of meaning, you invoke a number of categories: epistemology, aesthetics, morality. That's the first question. I just want to know if we can't also invoke axiology and ask about the value of the values that you are alluding to in terms of meaning. And then secondly, in contrasting the presence and the everyday activity of the Abrahamic God in the lives of the people and that of the African God, I just wanted to say, can't we perhaps be, it's a question, be more conscious of how we articulated, given the historical and textual history of the canon, and how, for instance, if we presume that, for instance, Judges was one of the first books to be written because it was pre-Mosaic, and then when we come to the Pentateuch, your Genesis to Numbers, and then your writings, and then we begin to say, okay, now we are speaking about post-colonial texts. And then when we speak about post-colonial texts, because those texts, even though Genesis is one of the first books in the Bible, is one of the last books to be written in the Old Testament. So if we speak about post-colonial texts, shouldn't we be aware of the difference between ideology and theology? Was God present, or was it a formulation of the nation of Israel because they were in exile and they had to formulate these texts in order as a form of consolation of some sort, to say that we are in bondage and then we need to create this literature because also they were in the face of cultural erosion and theological alienation. So thank you.
Look, one could question whether the epistemic, the moral, and the aesthetic are sources of meaning. But for both traditions, I do think it's common to hold that, the good, the true, and the beautiful, that's the stock phrase that we get. That these are core, typical or relatively uncontroversial sources of meaning. The thought that morality or beneficent relationships are sources of meaning, I think is true for any long-standing religion or philosophy that I'm aware of. The idea that certain kinds of knowledge in form of education, or at least wisdom, is a source of meaning is also relatively uncontested. And then the thought that creativity in the form of art, at the very least, is a source of meaning. Again, these are, I think it's common ground between the two traditions, and I think it's plausible to take as a base. I still need to answer Veli's question about how to weigh them up. So, if morality is an independent source of meaning relative to the creation of an artwork, which is going to be more meaningful, and I'm not sure anybody's got a theory of that. But in principle, she's right. I need to have some account of how to weigh everything up at the end of the day if I'm going to provide a comprehensive answer to my question. In terms of different understandings of God, I just can't do intellectual history or biblical history, right? So the project is not a matter of explaining why certain ideas arose or what functions those ideas had in a particular society. It's a strictly philosophical project. And so the project is a matter of looking at how philosophers in these two traditions have tended, not invariably, not universally, but have tended to think about the nature of God and what those implications might be for the meaningfulness of our lives. It's going to be too much for me to engage with the kinds of interesting questions you posed.
Then we should consider writing something.
It's beyond my scope. I'm a philosopher. I'm not an intellectual historian. Or sociologist of ideas. I'm not qualified.
Thank you very much, Prof. and Lerato. I would quickly ask Professor Ugwanyi to ask his question, and then I'll read one or two questions from the chat box.
Okay, Prof. Stats, thanks very much. I think I benefited from this talk. It was quite... You had a lot to offer, but I would think that it's more about stimulating our thoughts than probably taking some of the claims that have been made. And I say this with particular reference to the question of God. Now, if you check what theologians from Africa write about God, you probably will discover something different from what non-theologians are saying about God. And I want to take just two examples of two eminent scholars in the continent. One is Okot Bitek, and then the other one is Donatus Mwoga. Now, Okot Bitek, in his work, argued that among the Luo people, there was no concept of God. But then when the missionaries came, they simply picked one of the deities there and imposed that notion on him. Say, look, this is what God will mean. And so it took off. Now, Donatus Mwoga wrote a book, The Supreme Being as a Stranger in Igbo Political Thoughts. So, this will be different from what you may see in Mbiti or Kengametu. Kengametu was a Catholic priest. So, probably sometimes when you read his works, you just see that he was just trying to, be priestly kind of. Probably don't have the moral nerve to go deep to question whether these claims are right or not. Maybe another thinker who would have been able to tell us that God exists or not, and maybe if we do serious reading of his work, you see how original he was about this issue, was Theophilus Okere. He didn't, if you glean through his work, you see how independent he was, despite the fact that he was a Catholic priest. So what I'm trying to say is that the question of God is not yet a concluded issue in African thought. And if we could, so we maybe have to be cautious or careful on the assumptions we make.
No, I think that's fair. So, I mean, the quick and dirty way to reply to you is, I think, similar to the way I replied to Ms. Mokoena, that I am accepting at face value what self-described adherents to African traditional religion have to say about God, or what African philosophers of religion say about God. I'm leaving aside, sort of historical issues about whether their views are accurate representations of what Africans have had to say. That's a different project. So I'm just taking for granted differences in the articulation of God that I see amongst those in the African tradition on the one hand, and the Abrahamic tradition on the other. And in particular, I'm looking for places where African philosophers and theologians themselves draw these distinctions. So I don't know, I'd have to go back and see, but at least 2 or 3 of the differences I identified have been drawn by other people. Now, I had my own project, right? I'm wanting to know whether the differences make a difference in terms of meaning in our lives. But I'm not the first, at least for a number of these 5, to have suggested that the conception of God as typically understood in the African tradition is, at least by those writing in the African tradition, is different from the Abrahamic God, at least as philosophers understand him. So yeah, I mean, you're right that that issue needs to be discussed. I need to say exactly whose ideas I'm working with and in what sense they count as African, which I'll certainly do in the paper. And it's nice to see you.
Thank you very much, Prof. So I'll just quickly read some of the questions on the comment sections, and then you can briefly respond to them. Butin says, how much are God concepts related to natural powers, especially lower deities? And let me just take this one from Tony Shibangu. He says, does the African God then come from matter, since they are both spatial and only play a designer role? Ultimately, if God is part of matter, it makes sense. Let's see. It makes sense that they would be able to create and design matter than someone outside of matter creating matter, at least causally. I think that's what he wanted to say. So we could take those 2 questions and then I'll check if there are others down there.
Right. I mean, in a way, both are related to this project, but they don't get at the heart of it. Because both questions are a matter of how best to understand God's nature. And in a way, that's at least in the African tradition. And that's not strictly speaking the project. More carefully, I want to draw on salient conceptions of God written by African philosophers of religion and adherents to traditional African religion, and consider the characteristics they ascribe to God that are relatively distinct from those ascribed to God by the adherents to the Abrahamic faiths, and then consider what their implications are for the meaning of our lives. So when we ask, whether there are lower deities in many African traditional religions, the answer is yes. But I didn't consider that in this talk because it's hard for me to see on the face of it how that would make a difference to the question of what would make our life meaningful or not. So I set it aside. As for the other question of whether God comes from matter, I don't think it follows. If God is understood in terms of an energy, we can imagine an energy having a space without that energy constituting something perceptible or an object in the way we would normally understand matter. So I think that's all I've got to say about those.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll just read the last 2 questions, and then we can close this session. Lucky Ogbonaya asks, must we always do African philosophy as comparative philosophy? In your presentation, you compared African God with the Abrahamic God. Why didn't you just tease out the African idea of God and go ahead to articulate your idea. Do you think that you're comparing African God with the Abrahamic God influence your conception of the African God? Then Fambisai says, a God we understand seems desirable if we consider the designer view. Wouldn't that be a better way of attaching meaning to our life?
Well, I'd need to ask Clarton why. I mean, because the creator ex nihilo is also going to be a designer, in a sense, right? So the so-called Christian or Muslim God creates matter out of nothing and then shapes it. Why think that's any less desirable than a God who already finds matter in existence and then imparts form to it? We need a bit more, I think, to understand. My conception of the African God has been influenced by the people I've read who claim to be African religionists or African philosophers. That's where I got these ideas. I don't, it could be that my understanding of the Abrahamic God influenced my conception of the African God, but it would be only because it influenced the self-described African philosophers and religionists and their conception. We can't expect purity about these things. I think it's reasonable for me to go with descriptions of God advanced by self-described African philosophers of religion and theologians. That's the nature of the project. Whether those are ultimately traceable back to indigenous peoples, I leave it for the intellectual historians to do. It's not for me to do. No, we don't always have to do comparative philosophy when doing African philosophy. But if we're going to ask the question of whether it would be desirable for the African God to exist, it begs the question, desirable relative to what? And I think an interesting contrast is desirable relative to the God we're all quite familiar with from Christianity and Islam. That's one project, but we could have done something else. We could have said, would it be more desirable for the African God to exist in respect of meaning in our life relative to atheism? That's another perfectly sensible project. That's fine. We could do that too. But I'm sorry you are bothered by the idea of doing work in comparative philosophy. In some ways, I think this is a nice way of broadening the horizons of at least my Western philosophical colleagues, because they have tended to pose this question simply in terms of Christianity, right? The question amongst my colleagues in the West has been, would it be good for the Christian God to exist relative to atheism? And I think much more interesting would be whether the Christians have the best conception of God and whether some other one, if it existed, would make our lives more meaningful. I think I've gone past time now that we're surely done.
Yeah, we are surely done. Thank you very much, Prof, for your talk and for graciously answering the questions that you've been asked. At this point, we would have to go on a break and then reconvene in about 14 minutes at 2 p.m. South African time, where we would have Professor Wakine Kelbasa speak to us about the Oromo doctrine of God. And then we would have Dr. Mohammed Majid, who would be speaking to us about evil, death, and some African conceptions of God. See you all in 14 minutes. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everyone. It's time for our next presentation. Our next speaker is Professor Wokine Kelbasa from Addis Ababa University in Ethiopia, and he'll be speaking to us on the Oromo doctrine of God. Over to you, Professor Kelbasa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to present my paper. So the title of my presentation is The Doctrine of God in Oromo Worldview. So in this presentation, I will talk about first, briefly about the purpose of my presentation. And secondly, the second part of my presentation is about the Oromo doctrine of God. Under this, I'll talk about belief in the Supreme Being and the Kalu institution in Oromo thought and challenge to Oromo belief. And finally, I'll conclude my presentation. First, the Oromo constitute one of the largest ethnic groups in Africa, belonging to the Cushitic branch of Afro-Asiatic family in Eastern and Northeastern Africa. So currently there are three major religions: Islam, Christianity, and Wakefana, Oromo and Oromo indigenous religion. I think you're hearing me, yeah? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Very good, yeah. So the objective of my paper is to briefly examine the doctrine of God in Oromo worldview. So Oromo people live in the central part of Ethiopia. From the south, the neighboring country is Kenya, and again in the eastern part, Sudan. So it is the biggest ethnic group in Africa. The second part is the Oromo doctrine of God. Wakefana is indigenous Oromo religion. Oromo have their own indigenous religion, which is known as Wakefana. So the concept Wakefana comes from the Oromo word Waka. Waka means God. So a person who believes in Waka is called Wakefeta. So Wakefeta is parcel and parcel of the Gada system. The Gada system is a well-known tradition. It is an egalitarian democratic system that has its own leaders who conduct government, political, economic, social, judicial, legislative, ritual, and military affairs of the Oromo society for non-renewable 8-year term. So the Gada Assembly makes different laws. And the first part of this presentation is belief in the Supreme Being. In the first place, the Oromo people believe in Waka Guracha, in one God, which is called Black God. The point is not here the color of God, but the word black refers purity, importance, and so forth. So the Oromo God, Waka Guracha, created the universe and the various forms of life. But some writers wrongly identified the Oromo God as sky God. So that sometimes they say dark God. But for them, Waka has a double meaning. For example, according to Bartels, the first meaning of Waka is sky, and the second one is the vault of the sky as we see it, and God. So he thought that Waka for the Oromo people means sky God, but that is not really the case. Waka is not the visible blue sky. Generally, it is believed that there are 7 skies above the earth and below the earth. So according to the Oromo people, after Waka left this part of the world, Waka lives beyond the 7 skies. So there are various attributes of God. In particular, I gathered this information from various informants in different parts of Oromia. So they defined Waka as follows. Waka is who is before everything else. Waka is Uma. Uma means a creator of everything in the world. It should be noted that the word Uma also refers to the created physical world. So for the Oromo people, Waka is omniscient. Waka is also all-wise, all-knowing, all-seeing, all-hearing, and he's also omnibenevolent. He is kind. He is omnipotent. He is also the source and lover of truth. He is pure. He is intolerant of injustice, crime, sin, and all falsehood. Another Oromo intellectual, I think he's a historian, also stated the following about the basic attributes of God. He said, Waka is God who created the dark sky and the clean waters, who is one but called by a multitude of names, who has no competitor, the omniscient, the omnipotent, the omnipresent, who is eternal and ever powerful, whose power never decline. End of quote. And the Oromo people also coined proverbs to talk about Waka and to express about the attributes of Waka. One of these is, whatever God brings the earth doesn't fall to carry it. Man wishes, Waka fulfills. Waka stands, as I said, for God, and Waka is never in a hurry. According to some writers, the God of the Oromo is patient. He doesn't say, your God, I'm jealous, as stated in Exodus 25. Now, the New International Version of Exodus 25 reads as follows. You shall not bow down to them or worship them, for I, the Lord, your God, am a jealous God, punishing the children for the sin of the parents to the third and fourth generation of those who hate it. But the Oromo God is not like this. Anybody who wants to believe in another God can believe in another God, and the Oromo God is therefore patient. But some writers argue that there is one missionary, a Catholic missionary who lived in Ethiopia for many years and who published a book entitled Oromo Religion, Myths and Rites of the Western Oromo of Ethiopia, an attempt to understand. So some writers say that, although he didn't say that God is not omnipotent or omnibenevolent, they said that this person avoided Hellenizing Waka, the God of the Oromo, by attributing him descriptive terms like omnipotence, omniscience, omnipresence, derived from Greek philosophy. They said they were quoting Pitek, but they didn't clearly say that God is not omnibenevolent for the Oromo people, but they appreciated Bartels for not mentioning these. And again, the Christian Waka cannot be transcendent, because as Meth earlier said, the Christian God is transcendent, lives beyond space and time. But as I said earlier on, according to the Oromo people, God was with the people. God was not invisible, as Meth said earlier, but God was visible. But because of the fact that some human beings made some mistakes and annoyed God, God was from the world and moved to, therefore, above the seven skies I mentioned earlier. So according to the Oromo, Waka is like a father who goes away. Earth is like a mother, she is always with us. And having said that, let me briefly indicate about how the problem of evil is conceptualized among the Oromo people. The question is, if Waka is all good, why does he allow evil at all in the present world? So according to my informants, I would like to inform that no philosopher has done research on the Oromo doctrine of God. Those who did this are sociologists, anthropologists, Catholic missionaries, historians, and the like. So they didn't clearly indicate this. So according to my informants, the major reason is because of the errors or the mistakes committed by human beings. So they said that, quote, if Waka had not tolerated both good and evil things, he would have been ungrateful. his omnipotence, omniscience would not have been known. The Oromo believe that the coexistence of good and bad, beauty and ugly is necessary. So drive this conclusion from the information I gathered from my informants. So as Jonathan said yesterday, he was talking about moral relationality. So good and evil forces are inseparable. So they go together even in the current world. So that is the position of the Oromo people. So Waka does not commit evil against his creation, but what he did is he withdraws from human beings when they disturb the cosmic order. So what he can do is he can punish some of those who committed mistakes and disturbing the cosmic order and try to force them to improve and address the mistakes. So in this connection, again, I just would like to emphasize that the Oromo do not have a dualistic conception of reality. For the Oromo people, Waka and Lafa, Lafa stands for the word earth, are inseparable. For the Oromo, Waka is their mother and their ultimate abode. But Waka is like father. Waka gives them rain, and so that the earth grows different crops, trees, and so on. So according to one anthropologist, quote, Waka's presence on earth is manifested through rain, fog, and water. Therefore, a father spits on his son, and elders spit on others, a sign of divine presence and blessing. So another important point, which tells us the difference between the Oromo doctrine of God and the Christian doctrine of God, is the fact that Waka is one and at the same time has different manifestations. For the Oromo people, Ayana, or spirit, mediates the relationship between Waka and human beings. So the concept Ayana is a very special concept in Oromo worldview, and I'll try to focus on this. So according to the Oromo worldview, the world consists of three elements. The first one is Ayana, which is an idol, and Uma. Uma has two meanings, as I've already said. The first meaning of Uma is God, the creator, and the second meaning is the created physical world. And Safu, Safu is an ethical principle. So according to the Oromo worldview, Ayana is an idol through which Waka expresses himself. And Ayana is a refraction of Waka. It is the creative life force attributed to Waka. So according to the Oromo worldview, the spirits are fractional parts of divinity because God expresses himself through them and imposes structure on the world. What I would like to inform you that the concept Ayana has various meanings. It is a very complex concept in Oromo thinking. Among others, it means fortune, luck, celebration, ceremony, festival, a day free of work, divinity, spirit, grace, angel, and so forth. So I will focus on the meaning, which is spirit. So that is why I've said that the spirits are fractional parts of divinity. Safu is an ethical category, an ethical concept, which governs what is morally wrong, what determines what is morally right and what is morally wrong. And again, it is the ideal, which is the physical, that needs to be regulated. So it mediates between the Ayana and the physical world. So the belief that Waka is one and money at the same time shows how the Oromo Waka differs from the God of the peoples of the book, what others said, the Abrahamic religions. Another important part of my presentation is the Kalu institution. The concept Kalu stands for two things. First, for the institution and for the leaders of the Kalu institution. The word Kalu comes from the Oromo word Kalu, which means sacrifice. Usually, Oromo religious leaders sacrifice different animals when they have different ceremonies, sometimes every 8 years, and depending on the program. So the Kalu are the hereditary leaders of the kinship system in Borana. Borana is the southern part of Ethiopia. And the Oromo traditional religion is a living tradition in Borana, but as we move from the south to the north, it was influenced by other traditions. And you might say that it disappeared in some parts of Oromia, not totally, but some of the major aspects of the Kalu tradition, you may not find this in some parts of the Oromo. So the Kalu leaders are considered as men of blessing and men of peace. So the Abba Muda is the spiritual head of traditional Oromo religion. Like Christians and Muslims, there is a traditional center for Oromo believers. So the land of Oromia is very big. Therefore, in different parts of Oromia, there are different religious leaders, but the head of these different leaders is called Abba Muda. Abba Muda means the father of anointment. So usually they hold Muda ceremony every 8 years until 1900, when Emperor Menelik II outlawed this tradition after Emperor Menelik occupied the Oromo land at the end of the 19th century. So the Muda ceremony links the spiritual father and the nation. But as I said earlier, in some places, the meaning and the role of Kalu was changed. So in some parts of Oromia, the Kalu is believed to be a spiritual leader who has Ayana, spirit himself. So the spirit speaks through this Kalu. So the Kalu serves as an intermediary between the human being and Ayana. So and in this connection, the Oromo identifies several Ayanas. Each lineage or Balbala has its own Ayana, and each clan has its own Ayana. So as some writers stated, the association of the Kalu, individual religious leader, and Ayana, which possesses him, is a kind of new phenomenon. So according to some writers, you don't find this in authentic Oromo religion. So the original Oromo conception of the Kalu did not accommodate the possession cult. That is again from Oromo intellectuals who have done a considerable research on and the Kalu tradition. So for the Oromo, each Ayana is a manifestation of the one Waka. And all created created things in the universe are believed to have their own Ayana. Each person has his own Ayana. And even animals have their own Ayana. Different trees have their own Ayana. And the spirits act as intermediaries between and Waka. And Waka is a supreme being that unifies the whole of nature. Unlike the Christian tradition, for the Oromo, human beings are part of nature. Human beings are not created in the image of God. Probably, as most of you know, for many Africans, all things in this world are created in the image of God. That is what has been clearly said by and his associates. So the Oromo people recognize the inextricable interconnectedness of humans, animals, plants, and the environment. So although human beings are endowed with intelligence that enables them to understand cosmic events, they are not above other living beings, and they cannot overexploit other living beings, including their fellow human beings. It would be wrong to overexploit fellow human beings and non-human animals. Just to give you one example, for example, in the Borana area, the southern part of Oromia, if a person kills his for example, donkey by failing to water his donkey and at the same time allowing his donkey to graze fully, as a result, if his donkey dies, the community will punish him. Therefore, human beings are also required to pay attention to the rights of non-human beings. And in particular, Safu governed the relationship between different entities, between a teacher and a student, between a husband and his wife, between generations, between God and the earth, between God and human beings, and so on and so forth. So Safu is an ethical principle that governs the relationship between different things. All things are united and have different roles and in places in the universe, because the concept Safu also indicates distances between different entities. In this connection, a Canadian philosopher, Claude Sumner, derived the following conclusion about Oromo worldview, quote, starting with water and rocks going through the vegetable and animal world to man, Waka has appointed to every being its own place in a cosmic order of which he is the guardian of these. And the breaking of this cosmic order will be considered as sin. So Waka's creative activity manifests itself in all things, in different things. So the important point here is belief in Waka requires belief in the intrinsic value of all creatures. So this underlies Oromo or environmental ethics. So the key thing here is the source of basic Oromo values is Waka, although the Oromo people have also formulated laws which are subject to change. They have meetings during the Gada system every 8 years, and they revise the laws. If the laws are not compatible with new happenings, they can change these laws. So in addition to therefore God, the Oromo values are also based on the basic problem that arise from the living conditions. So to briefly indicate about the afterlife in Oromo worldview, for the Oromo, earthly life is more important than life after death. They don't really consider the current world, the living world, as a preparation for the next world. So for the Oromo people, there is no such thing as salvic eschatology. Likewise, in many African traditions, you don't find this, and the post-mortem destiny of humankind. In case, if need be, Waka punish individuals in this life so that individuals can try to make their errors. And there are some basic challenges in relation to Oromo worldview and Oromo doctrine of God. The first one is the impacts of Christianity and Islam in Oromo religion. According to some Christians, according to some priests, the Oromo do not have their own indigenous religion. They consider them as pagans. And similarly, some Muslims also challenged Oromo religion. When I did fieldwork in different parts of the world, in some places who practice both Christianity and indigenous Oromo tradition, a person can practice both. But particularly in the place called Ilu Ababora, I noted that Islam totally destroyed Oromo practices there, because for them, Oromo religion, indigenous Oromo religion, is not a real religion. So that is a very serious challenge to Oromo worldview. And when you look at the means of origin, when I gathered information about the origin of God and the origin of, different entities, their view is very much affected by the Old Testament and at the same time Islamic perception. The second one is government interference. As I said earlier on, before the creation of the current Ethiopia at the end of 19th century with its capital, of course, Ethiopia is not quite new, its capital in Addis Ababa, after particularly Menelik II dominated the southern part of Ethiopia, he didn't allow the Oromo to have the Mudda ceremony every 8 years. So some government officials therefore interfered in different indigenous traditions. Having said that, let me conclude. First, The Oromo regard Waka as father and Earth as the caring mother of all. Waka is one and at the same time has different manifestations, as I said earlier. Ayana mediates the relationship between Waka and human beings. And second, there is a positive relationship between God and the earth, humans and the natural environment, and all creatures are essentially affected by this harmonious relationship between Waka and the earth. Waka is the creator of various creatures and responsible for their existence. He requires humans to responsibly cohabit the earth with other creatures. As his own creatures, he loves the diversity of species. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Kelbasa, for your talk. So if anyone has a question for Professor Kelbasa, you could raise your hands and I would Okay, I have a question from Mohammed Majid. He says, how do the Oromo people account for How do the Oromo people account for the plight of victims of natural disasters? Are they being punished by Waka?
So thank you very much for this interesting question. As I said earlier, Waka was with the people, and because of the fact that some human beings disturbed the cosmic order, he decided to withdraw and leave them and move to above the seven skies. Therefore, that is, according to some writers, the sin committed that resulted in, for example, different natural disasters. It can be drought and flooding. So usually when the Oromo people have encountered different natural disasters, what they do is they want to make peace with God and at the same time with other members of the biotic community. Particularly the word Naga is a very important concept in Oromo tradition. So they want to pray to God and they want to ask their God to give them for what they did. And usually, as I said earlier, they also respect the interest of non-human beings. Among others, for example, it would be wrong to kill the creation of God without good reason. Unless God allows you to use, for example, to sacrifice a particular animal, you cannot sacrifice or kill a particular animal because they think that God will punish them. So what they do is, for example, if during annual ceremonies, what they do is they pray to God and they ask God for forgiveness when they want to sacrifice different animals for different purposes. As a matter of fact, therefore, they try to avoid disturbing the cosmic order. And if they don't observe these moral principles, they think that God will punish them. Okay, another question is, do the Oromo embrace the idea of God being a part of a family, since he's the father and they exist among a mother too? No, when we talk about father and mother, not in the literal sense of the term. So when I say the earth is considered as their mother and God is considered as their father, this implies symbolic meanings, because God gives them rain. God helps them to address their problems. Otherwise, God is not really a member of the family. And again, when we also talk about the earth as their mother, because can you hear me? So when we said their mother, therefore they also consider heirs as his mother, because usually the heirs give them the basic necessities of life. Can you hear me, please? Hello?
Yes, you can hear you, Prof.
Very good. So that is why, therefore, I said God is not really a member of the family, and the earth is not a member of the family, but human beings belong to the biotic community.
The Oromo embrace the idea of God being
belong to the biotic community, and these different creatures have their own place and their own role, and they are interrelated and interdependent. So the next question by Dr. Rada is, belief in God's existence and non-belief in a hereafter are not contradictory, but I am surprised to hear that the Oromo don't believe in a life after days. But as I said earlier, earthly life is very important. Therefore, the current generation is required to leave a healthy environment for the coming generation. So there will be no prize in the so-called second world. As a matter of fact, therefore, there is no punishment for what you did in this world, and there is no, at the same time, prize for what you did in the second world. So after days, that is the end of life. But they said that after a person died, the spirit will join the place called Idul Uga, which is called the place of truth. But some Oromo intellectuals didn't really talk about this place. They didn't clearly explain about the place of Uga, or the place of truth. So that is very important point here. And the next question is, I like the idea of God simply taking a backseat to his people do wrong. In this way, God is only responsible for the protection of people, and their suffering is their own. It reminds me of the trolley problem zone, because does God's indifference then not be an act of evil and so on? No, I think you misunderstood my point. As I said earlier, according to Oromo worldview, you are required to pay attention to first fellow human beings, precisely because human beings are rational beings. They are conscious beings. They have the knowledge of Safu, ethical principles, which teach that it would be wrong to overexploit fellow human beings and other non-human species. If you do so, it is believed that God will punish you. God will not leave you alone to do whatever you want to do. So you totally misunderstood my point. So that is why the Oromo people observe ethical principles, and at the same time, what they are required to do. And because they know that if they fail to do this, God will punish them. So as a matter of fact, therefore, they try to respect the rights of human beings, the rights of non-human beings, and at the same time, they try to respect and maintain and sustain the cosmic order. And again, indifference would count as weakness. That is a total misunderstanding of my presentation. God is not indifferent to the world. Thank you. Are there some other questions?
Tony Shabangu, you can ask your question. I don't think Caribbean is out and in. So you can go ahead and ask your question. Just mute yourself.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. I just wanted to follow up on the question I asked on the chat. It was a matter of, I think there was a point made about Waka. When people do things against maybe the world or the environment, there was a point made there, which seemed to imply a sort of God relinquishing their protection from the people, and I think that's where that link to the indifference was. But other than that, thank you very much for the talk.
God doesn't stop observing what is going on this world, and that is why I said that fellow human beings, on the one hand, are required to fulfill their obligations to current generation. For example, the land does not belong to an individual person. The land belongs to the whole community. The land belongs to. So what you are required to do is you need to leave livable land for the coming generation. If you don't do this, and as a result, the the future generation suffers, God is going to punish you. So there is a kind of divine punishment if you fail to fulfill your obligation. And the second important base of for the Oromo worldview is not because of your child or your grandchildren and so forth, but because of the fact that the Oromo people believe that God created human beings in the whole world as a whole. Therefore, we are not only concerned with the members of your community or the members of your family. You are required to pay attention to humanity as a whole. So that is, again, another basis of Oromo obligation, in addition to divine punishment if you don't do that. Thank you.
Any other question? Arabia, are you back?
I hope so. Yeah, I think we can, if there are no and some African conceptions of God.
Thank you, moderator. My paper or this presentation is titled Evil, Death, and Some African Conceptions of God. It is motivated by some ideas that I've had, for a long time, but haven't had the opportunity to put them on paper. So I welcome this opportunity as a way of presenting them before you so that I could benefit from your comments on how to get the paper improved. My main question is about something that I see in Akan culture. The Akans are mostly in Ghana and in some parts of Cote d'Ivoire and even Togo, all in West Africa. Their conception of evil death, that there is some kind of death that they regard as evil. That's not to say that people will not have problems with the idea of death itself. I intend to argue that the phenomenon of death and also evil death must not be seen as evil, and therefore it should be challenging to disregard or criticize the qualities of God on the basis of that. So if God should be evil, perhaps we cannot say so on the basis of death. There is an ongoing debate about whether the problem of evil exists in African theology, and subsequently about the potential for African thought to provide a solution to the problem. The problem, whose essence is captured by Richard Swinburne, has been about how consistent the presence of evil is with the existence of God, ultimately questions other attributes of God, such as omniscience, omnipotence, and omnibenevolence. For some unexplained reasons, however, Kwame Gyekye excludes omniscience from his statement of the problem. He claims the problem is about the following propositions: that God is omnipotent, God is wholly good, and that evil exists. The above constitutives, considered as a unit of thought, provide some insight into the problem, but it is not enough. Why do I say this? If God is deemed to be wholly good and omnipotent, which are the first two constitutives, it is possible to argue that he should not be willing or feel compelled to stop evils that he did not anticipate will accompany things that he brought into being. And it may be asked why God should not be sympathized with, but rather blamed for effects that he had no idea about or intend. It may then be argued that God created the earth, for example, but not earthquakes, and should be, responsible for what he knowingly did, just as we in normal life would not blame a person for his or her unintended actions. But Gyekye might be forgiven if he is understood to be interested in directly capturing the import of moral evil. That is, whether God can or should prevent moral evil. But even here, omniscience, in my view, is still important if we are to prevent the defense that God created, say, the human being without knowing all that the human being was going to do with his or her free will. The problem of evil has been extensively discussed in Western theology, where theodicies proposed have often been found to be unsatisfactory. Largely, they have been about a range of exculpating claims, for instance, that evil results from wrong choices of action freely made by humans, something that comes close to misuse of human freedom. And also that evil is an illusion, and that evil is not a substance, but a privation of being. And this view is held by Plotinus and Augustine. My presentation, this afternoon is not intended to give a historical account of the problem of evil, except to add that the above theodicies have aptly been criticized by philosophers such as Epicurus, Hume, Russell, and Schopenhauer. Since the theodicies have arguably achieved little success, if any at all, in resolving the problem of evil, religionists continue to search for new ways of appreciating and presenting the nature of God, while their critics are inspired to hold firmer their arguments against the existence of God. In an attempt to understand the nature of evil and its relation to the Supreme Being, a key question that has guided researchers is whether God created evil or not. I acknowledge that sometimes it is asked whether God permitted evil, but invariably, the two perspectives, that is the creation and permission of evil, are thought to have the same effect on life, the natural world, and the character of God. In this regard, an affirmative answer, for instance, to the question about God's creation of evil will be presumed sufficient for God's responsibility for evil and vice versa. However, the question, did God create evil, in the current context, requires prior attention to be paid to some other questions. For the question presumes, for instance, that God is personal and creator, at least, of evil. However, the issue of creation is never at all settled in contemporary African philosophy. It is, for instance, a matter of contention between two of the most influential African philosophers, Kwasi Redu and Kwame Gyekye. While Redu would prefer to describe the Akan Supreme Being as a cosmic architect, Gyekye endorses the attribute of creator. The second question that requires our prior attention and is quite related to the above is that of identifying what sort of things the Supreme Being could possibly create. Knowing this is crucial if we are to tell whether evil falls within the class of entities brought into being by the Supreme Being. This question of the scope of his creation, if he did at all, has in most cases been discussed in some context of theodicy. In Yoruba thought, while some philosophers such as Sophie Oluwole deny the presence of the problem of evil by holding, among other reasons, that Olodumare, excuse me if I didn't get the name, the word right, Olodumare, that's the high deity, was not the creator of the world. Others, other Yoruba people, such as Ademola Fayemi, explicitly makes Olodumare a joint creator of the world with other primordial deities. In a recent publication of Thaddeus Metz and Mosimai Molefe, titled Traditional African Religion as a Neglected Form of Monotheism, they advance the former position about the supreme being in African philosophy. There are implications for these views though. Unlike the belief that Olodumare did not create the world, the joint creator characterization of him does not absolve him of responsibility for the existence of evil. There could also be a further issue with the idea of a joint creator if Wiredu's caution is to be heeded. Which is that creation is a term that historically invokes the notion of prior nothingness from which the supreme being brought all existence into being. But for Wiredu, this is misleading because African conceptions of supreme being, at least in the Akan culture, we have God as Onyame, who is seen as a cosmic architect who molded things from pre-existent material, or if you like, materials. Nevertheless, typical in African philosophical literature of questions that are very debatable, one can always expect further divergences, as Jachi would add to the debate by rejecting the rejection of an ex nihilo creator God, and by extension, the joint creator characterization of the supreme being. He interprets the Akan language, beliefs, and practices to project a sole ex nihilo creator. The final and most critical question, which is whether God created evil, can be answered satisfactorily only if the reality of evil is affirmed. In degrees, however, the reality of evil has been denied, as if to suggest that that translates to a potent theodicy. In African philosophy, we see examples of such denials in the works of Babalola Balogun, where evil is said to be relativistic, such that what one may want to call evil will not be seen by another as such, thereby denying the objective reality of evil. Perhaps a more direct denial, which is about the substance of evil, can be found in Augustine, also an African, and those who Oladele Balogun identifies as contemporary Christian scientists. John Hick rejected this view outright, and in recent times, Fayemi has also disagreed with Augustine and Plotinus while affirming the reality of evil from a Yoruba perspective. Evil then may be considered real. Very often, we read in the literature, as explained above, that the supreme being is in African philosophical perspectives personal and can create. Yet, the reality of evil may not lead an African thinker to the position that the supreme being created evil. Two reasons account for this position. First, I see in Akan philosophy how Kofi Busia shifts responsibility for evil from the supreme being Onyame to the deities and humans. I also see how in Yoruba thought, Dasalu and Oyalekun, in fact, he is an Igbo, so it's a combination of them. You know, they attribute moral evil to humans and evil in the cosmos to what they call personal gods, mischievous spirits, and to punishments for actions taken by humans in their previous lives. Secondly, according to Oladele Balogun, Ajala, that's the name of a deity, the maker of destiny in Yoruba myth of creation, can be taken as the, now I'm quoting him, that's what he says, that Ajala, the maker of destiny in Yoruba myth of creation, can be taken as the agent directly responsible for evil, that is human suffering and not God. All right. his word there is indirectly, that this agent is indirectly responsible for evil, but, and evil, by that he means human suffering and not God. But that's where my question or questioning begins. Unless there is a typographical error in the sentence, which I suspect is the case, I wonder the purpose it will serve for Balogun to say an agent is there whose function is to act indirectly. Would that not suggest that Olodumare rather acts directly? If so, how does Ajale's indirect responsibility absolves Olodumare of any blame, as the authors are trying to establish? Perhaps the authors intended writing directly, if my thinking is right. And this accordingly confirms the author's shifting of blame. It is important to note that while Buzia's position is motivated by the desire to eliminate the problem of evil in Akan, it is important to note that while Buzia's position is motivated by the desire to eliminate the problem of evil from Akan theology, Jachi, on the other hand, affirms the existence of the problem of evil, while at the same time appealing to human free will to also shift responsibility for evil to humans. So they don't differ in terms of shifting responsibility to humans, but they differ in terms of purpose. For resorting to the free will argument, however, Wuredu criticizes Jachi both rightly and wrongly. Wuredu is right about the fact that the free will defense, quote, does not provide satisfactory answer to the question why God does not intervene when humans plan to do evil. However, his charge that the free will defense does not begin to deal with physical evil does not sound justified to me. As a result of Jachi's explicit indication that he is discussing moral evil, it is not clear why his solution ought to deal with physical evil. It simply need not begin to deal with such evil, even though it is possible for moral, or if you like, human evil to cause some natural evil. But I do not deny that it would have been interesting if Jachi had explained how he understood Akan thinkers to treat natural and other evils and their implications for the goodness of God. The second reason why evil may not be traced to God can be inferred from an earlier observation about Yoruba theology, where the supreme being, Olodumare, is only responsible for some evils. That is, evil emanating from that which he brought into being. This only makes him partially responsible for evil. A similar situation is what the joint creator argument brings about. Furthermore, assuming that Olodumare's portion of creation did not take place at the same time or is continuous, it should be possible for the other divinities to create or to have created some entities which Olodumare required or will require, so to speak, to create his portion of existence. In this case, it will not necessarily be wrong to attribute the evil found in those entities created by Olodumare to defects originally left in the materials obtained from the other divinities who are deemed to be creators. And the other divinities are Obatala, Esu, and Ifa. Now I would want to say something about death. I am restricting my discussion of death to biological death, in which case it would refer to the absence of life in the body. The phenomenon of death is sometimes understood differently, including the view held by an Akan chief, Nana Kwesi Opon Tafrija of a town called Begro here in Ghana, that an Akan may regard as dead alive an individual who is very bad morally. In other words, if somebody is very bad in terms of morality, they can consider the person as dead alive. The account word for it is tiasiawu. And such people will include perverse criminals. As far as I know, the term also refers to someone who appears to have a short life ahead of him or her. But the two interpretations are not quite apart, since people who are perverse are more likely to perform actions that may shorten their lives. Nana's view is worthy of consideration because it brings out an interesting relationship between morality and death. In a related fashion, J.A. Thompson suggests that biological death, and for that matter life, may be understood in terms of relations, or if you like, in relational terms. In this sense, there is death if a person is unable to act upon or react to his or her environment. Since Thompson intends by the foregoing a scientific explanation, it may not be wrong to understand environment in terms of natural and perhaps social environment. A living person then should be able to act upon and react to the natural and social environment. These ideas about relationality brings to mind the African perspective of personhood that prizes communal relationality. Ifeanyi, Menkiti, Redu, and Jachi did not use relationality to distinguish dead from living persons, but to determine moral personhood. Yet, it cannot be denied that an individual who is described by them as not being a person will, by virtue of the same criterion of morality or relationality, be dead alive in our current case. Thus, there is a good connection between moral death and personhood. I will return to the question of death after I have made a few comments about the notion of evil death in the next section. And here, evil death, it is what I need to explain because it is something I'm trying to tease out from the Akan culture. So at some point, you see that the explanation will look ethnological, but just bear with me, it's not going to be short, it's a very short section. Death is already seen by some people as evil, as we saw above. So the notion of evil death may sound, tautological, because death is already evil. So why then call something evil death? But the idea of redundancy in evil death is taken care of by the interpretation below, which is taken from the Akan culture. I must warn that it is very difficult to make a list of deaths that qualify. So I will provide you with some idea about what to look out for. In Akan, they call such deaths atofu. Generally, they are unnatural, strange deaths. And they are deaths suffered by individuals whom Uredu describes as having died prematurely in an accident or by some untoward disease, and thereby requiring a more regular term of life. So such people are reincarnated to make, to get them to live a fuller life. So when Uredu mentions accidents, we are looking at something like fire, dying, when you die in fire, or lightning, drowning, killed by a fallen tree, being murdered, mutilation, things like that. This is not to say that the classification or the Akan classification of such deaths is fair. For I anticipate someone asking, well, what is wrong with dying early if one has achieved all that one wants? But the thinking of the Akan people is this. These are the reasons why they consider it evil. That there would be a sickness that defies all known methods of treatment is unusual, and it's not something that promotes the survival of humanity. And very often we think that it is a possible punishment by the deities or the living dead. So it means that anyone who's suffering such disease or dies from such a disease is being punished. So there is something evil about it. Or such deaths might have been caused by an aggrieved person, someone that the dead person had wronged. So it means that there is some evil or immorality or badness in what the person did to suffer that kind of death. So the other reason might be that, for preparation for the next world, which is the life after death, the ancestral world, proper funeral rites must be performed. But you see that when people die this way, some of them, the body cannot even be found. So people who die in so-called evil ways don't get proper burial, and that also prevents them from getting into the ancestral world. But generally, at our normal level, we will see that an evil death is something that we can find by virtue of the horror we experience in decrying the bodies thought to have undergone such pain or so much pain and suffering. So what can we say about evil death in short? In short, it should refer to deaths that the accounts will consider horrible. Now I will address the question of death, evil death, and the goodness of God. Given the supposition that death is a natural phenomenon, it may be expected that those, at least some, who see death to be evil will also classify death as natural evil. And if God is believed to be the creator of nature, or for something as the creator of everything, then death should be seen as a creation of God. The thinking that death is God's creation is found in Akan. For it is often said that if God has not killed you, all efforts made by human beings to kill you will be in vain. Wiredu argues that the term Bo, that is B-O, we can say Bo means fashion or make with materials. This is in connection with his rejection of the usage of the word creation for whatever God did. And he says that the term Bo, because God is referred to as Oboadi in Akan, the one who created, but already says it should refer to, we should say it means that the one who fashioned or made things. So we should not use create according to him, but we should use make or fashioned. It is on this basis that the Akan reference to Nyame as Oboade is translated by Wiredu to mean a cosmic architect who made things from pre-existing material. But Wiredu inadvertently approves J.B. Dankwa's translation of a drum text in which Onyame, that is God, is described as the creator of death. It reads, "He, God, created death," which is, which will be stated in Akan as Onyame na Obo. But one may ask how meaningful it will be to assert in Akan that Onyame na Obo, if Bo must involve some material, it will not mean much at all. For death and life are not conceived to have material origins in Akan. To make sense of the word Bo, therefore, the context of its usage ought to be re-examined. Here, I agree with Wiredu that the abolition of context effectively abolishes intelligibility. In Akan thought and in Akan language, when Bo is used in the context of bringing something into being, it only applies to God's origination of things as Oboadi. It is not the Akan translation for make. Otherwise, it should be possible for humans, especially carpenters, architects, cloth weavers, and other craftsmen, to describe their activities in terms of Bo, or say of the things they create that they have been Bo or made. However, that is not done. And whenever Bo is used at the human level, they do not mean make. And I can give a number of examples. For lack of time or space, we won't do that now. This means bod does not necessarily refer to the making of things from other things. Secondly, Wiredu's translation of Obuade as the maker of things is intelligible. For Akan thinkers do suggest with another attribute, Bori Bori, that Onyame can make things. But it is not suggested, as we saw with the questions of death and life, that all things were made from a pre-existing material. Philosophers who believe in Onyame's creation of things ex nihilo, such as Jachi, will object that Onyame might have made things out of what he had earlier originated, and argue that Wiredu's idea of pre-existing material or indeterminate raw material does not refer to anything that preceded God's creation. But I agree with Wiredu that the idea of nothingness or creating out of nothing require proper formulation in Akan philosophy. Jachi, like Wiredu and Dankwa, recognizes the divine creation of death. But the fact that death is created by Onyame does not necessarily make it good. Therefore, it is worth asking why a supreme being believed to be omnibenevolent will originate death. Is death, philosophically speaking, a creation? How correct, in other words, will it be to argue that it is an ancillary condition that arises from a created reality, life? From Jachi's acknowledgement of evil death and postulation in Akan thought of an absolutely good and potent God, a third question may be asked, assuming his position was correct. The question is this: how appropriate will it be for one to claim that the problem of evil exists in African theology on account of the phenomenon of death, especially evil death? To answer the last question, recent discussions in the literature on the problem of evil suggest its non-existence in at least one African culture, the Yoruba, where God is neither omnipotent nor omnibenevolent. This position comes as a reaction to earlier Yoruba scholars who argued otherwise, Idowu, Oduole, and others. By the recent interpretation, we are assured of the absence of the problem of evil in Yoruba thought, but not a justification for the evilness of death. Also, I am not quite sure if the concept of evil death is in Yoruba thought, but of death, I cannot doubt. Even though a thorough and substantial philosophical discussion of death would be ideal. The situation is not quite different from what one observes about works on death on the continent in general. Yet, death and evil and related concepts have the potential to enrich philosophical debates on and increase our understanding of humanity, God, and life. I take up the question of the evilness of death later in this presentation. The phenomenon of death is complex and at the same time difficult to characterize. It is often dreaded, for instance, yet it influences how many people live. One may even be advised to safeguard one's family interests, especially that of the immediate family, in readiness for it. Secondly, and in relation to the second question raised above about whether evil was a thing, but not an ancillary question is thus an attempt to see if Augustine's position extends to the phenomenon of death. Given this background, one may ask, is death an actual positive creation of God? This question is particularly relevant given that in many African conceptions, God is identified with life. And we saw how Metz also did that a few minutes ago. He mentioned life force, which Chimakonam, disputed briefly. But that notion, life force, vitality, life, things like they are all linked to God. Death may therefore be seen as the opposite of life, of reality, of an existent. Since Augustine's conclusion was that evil was not created by God, but was just a privation of good, it may be argued that death was also not created. The thinking here will be that God created life, but not death, and that death is nothing but a human description for absence of a created reality, life. Death will then be classified as lacking concrete existence and not created by God. However, this position is difficult to sustain because even if God is believed to have created life and is a permanent presence of life, in the context where God is conceived as incapable of dying, his origination or creation of terminal life, that is all life apart from God's, logically assigns him the quality of creator of death. For he chose to end life, creating in its wake a situation that enables the existence of mortal beings. God is therefore the originator of death. Further, even if it is granted that death was not positively created, the fact that mortal beings received from God life into which death was built makes it reasonable to hold that God was at least aware that he was going to allow death to occur. In both cases, death becomes a necessary companion to life and part of the project of creating life. Given the above, there is need to revisit some appellations of God by asking, for example, how God's causation of death affects his goodness. If God created the world, then from the thinking that the phenomenon of death is evil, as held by Ademola Fayemi, and from the notion of evil death, it should not be difficult to claim that death is an evil creation of God. So, if one were to believe that the problem of evil existed in African thought, evil death and death could be cited as a reason. Evil death or death could be cited as a reason for the existence of the problem. In that case, God would at least no longer be seen as omnibenevolent. Indeed, a conception of a partially good God will still not prevent the attribution of some evils, such as death, to God by some thinkers. However, I see the above characterization of death and evil death as inaccurate and maintain that death is not evil and need not be cited as opposed to the alleged goodness of God. I do not mean here that nothing else can be inconsistent with the nature of God. I will explain my point by first considering three possible ideas behind the supposition that death is evil. One, that death brings pain to friends and family. That's the second one. Dying persons sometimes go through pain, the pain of ill health. They have anxiety about death and the sheer pain of knowing that they are dying. And the third point is about evil death, that the pain or perhaps the indignity, in dying through such horrible means as drowning, etc., and all manner of gory accidents make, death evil. The above reasons are essentially about pain and indignity, which, although understandable, do not count much towards understanding the nature of death itself. Besides, I do not think death is one of the things that are wrong or bad in themselves. No wonder that the alleged evilness of death is claimed based on its effect on other humans, especially family and friends. Consequently, on hedonistic grounds, especially on quantitatively utilitarian grounds, death may be seen by some as an evil act of God. But there are two things to note here. One, that it is possible to separate the phenomenon of death from its effects on people. And two, that death does not always have negative effects on people. This suggests that evil, or if you like, pain, are not necessary qualities of death. Death is just an occurrence that shows the length of time which a being has spent on earth. This, in my view, is value neutral. This view is not affected by the common observation that thoughts about the evilness of death have been about events leading to death, events surrounding death, or the conditions under which a person was in at the time of death, but not about death itself. For instance, depending on the biological shortcomings that a dying person may have, he or she could be said to have a painful and or bad death. Further, in the very notion of evil death presented above, we find a number of factors preceding or surrounding death which are deemed bad or horrible, as a result of which those who suffer them are said to have had evil deaths. But all these preceding factors or conditions do not constitute death. Hence, the concept of evil death entails a misrepresentation, just as the characterization of the phenomenon of death as evil is. So my last point, the implications of the foregoing on the argument for the existence of the problem of evil in African thought is that the argument cannot be supported if death is cited as an evil phenomenon whose creation by God is inconsistent with his absolute benevolence. And if, on the other hand, God is deemed to be a joint creator, and together with the other attributes of God, the problem of evil is not postulated in African thought, the phenomenon of death cannot still be tagged as evil because it is value neutral. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Majid. I'm sorry I have to take over from Arabia because of his network. And of course, I know that Ada is here. Thank you very much for the paper and for the insights that you gave. So for now, is there any questions? Did people send questions in the chat, or anybody with any question, the person can also indicate by the raise of hand. Any questions, additions, remarks, contribution? Like he said at the beginning of this paper, he said it's a work that he has been organizing for a very long time, and find this forum, he finds this forum an opportunity to share with us. So I guess we can add, contribute, ask questions, and make our remarks to the issue he raised about death, evil death, good death, and other relevant points. Okay. Majid, thank you very much once again for that. Okay. What can I want to say? Have a question. So can you unmute yourself and then ask your question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much for your presentation. I've enjoyed your presentation because you raised different issues. I heard you criticized Kwasi Uredu Kwame Jeshe, and others. In one of his chapters published in 2007, Africa Religions and the Routledge Companion to Philosophy of Religion, Uredu said that the Akan God cannot be called transcendent. So he said that even not only the Akan people, many other Africans do not justify the transcendence of God. So would you agree with Uredu? Do you think that the Akan God is not transcendent? Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. I will not entirely agree with him if that is the point he said then. The Akan God has some transcendental features and some immanent features. And my colleague here, Ada, has done a lot on it. The accounts do not suggest that the supreme being, Onyame, is limited to this world or is felt in this world, and that is it. Because there are other attributes that suggest that he is beyond what we ordinarily find. But you see that the accounts have a composite doctrine, something that unites transcendentalism and immanence at the same time. So God is not out of this place, but somehow in the place. In fact, you, Professor, you said that earlier on, that God is like a father who goes away, but is always here. So something like that is what the Akans believe in. In the creation myth where God was once with us and a woman was pounding fufu, that disturbed God so much, and as a result of which he withdrew, literally into the sky, and that's why God is a bit far from us. The suggestion, you can take it from there, that God is not entirely transcendental, as it's not entirely transcendental, but it doesn't mean that no transcendental elements are left in Akan philosophy. He's deemed as spiritual, as a spirit, and there are many attributes that suggest that he acts in that manner. So it is a composite position.
Okay, thank you again, Majid, for that short answer to the point, and thank you, Kebase, for the question. Any other question, please?
Can I speak, ma'am?
Okay.
My name is Frederick Masiga, and I am listening from Kampala, Uganda.
Very well. Go ahead.
Yes, I have listened keenly to the presenter, and I just have one comment I want to make, because most deaths in the African context are never ordinary deaths, because they are caused by something. And most times, when these deaths cannot be explained, then they are attributed either to witchcraft or to the gods. So I wonder what kind of death that would be characterized as either evil death or the good death, especially where witchcraft is involved.
Thank you very much for that question. So Majid, over to you.
Okay. Witchcraft, is a term that also has, some ambiguous, meanings. Some people would refer to any, spiritual, this kind of unusual methods of bringing effect into bringing about an effect as witchcraft, and there is that concept of witchcraft where humans have that power to harm. Usually, if it can be, it is not easy to prove that it is caused by a witch. So ordinarily, they do not list death by witchcraft as evil death. However, if there is evidence to suggest that the deceased harmed, did evil against a person as a result of which witchcraft, the power of witchcraft was used to bring such a shameful death to the person, that person, the deceased, might be said to have suffered an evil death. But they have a complex way of, classifying or thinking about these deaths. Somehow they believe that, if a person dies by witchcraft, especially if the person died early, that person will have another chance, come back to earth to live, continue with his life. But unless those features that I gave, are seen about the death, it will be regarded as, an unexplained death, but may not necessarily pass as an evil death.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you again, Masiga, for calling that question up, and then Majid for your short answer. We are still at least within time for any further questions. I think we have 3 minutes to end this talk section, and then the rounding up. Okay, somebody sent, following on death by witchcraft, would someone who sacrificed themselves, I guess that's what the person wants to write, who sacrificed themselves to a god, would that be considered an evil death, or maybe sacrifice themselves to an idol?
Okay, not necessarily, and in fact, someone who does that could be praised, depending on what happened, the reason for it. The accounts have someone, a historical figure that is praised, since the, several centuries ago when it happened. His name was Finebo Akodia. That man offered himself to be sacrificed for the Akan people to win a war against another, a tyrant. There was an Akan leader who was very wicked, and the Akans have different dialects. So the Ashanti dialect, got together some other dialects to fight this tyrant. So to win that war, they had to sacrifice somebody. Finebo Akodia offered himself to be sacrificed, and they won the war. So he's praised.
Okay, thank you again. So with permission from Dr. Adagada, let me speak on behalf of Dr. Aribia for the closure of this workshop since yesterday. He asked me to thank all the speakers, all those who presented, all those who attended, those who made the conversation to be lively, those whose comments added to expansion of the thoughts of those who presented, the time and all that. So you receive his thanks as well, my own thanks. So he thanks all of you for accepting to speak, regardless of your tight schedule and time. Many of us signed from almost every part of the world, regardless of the time difference. So Adagada and his colleague and all those who are part of this workshop, sent their gratitude. So, and then the participants, the host center, so the Center for Leadership Ethics in Africa, University of Fort Harare, and the funders, the John Templeton Fund via the Global Philosophy of Religion. So we are grateful to you all and thank you for the inputs. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the opportunity. So remember, it is already written in the mail, and Ada has also written that on the chat, that they are looking forward to receiving the contributions. Every of the paper that is presented here since yesterday had to be submitted to them for the proceedings and every other thing that accompanies it. So once more, thank you for your time and for the participation.
Thank you.